So, good morning, everybody. I hope all locals have arrived. We have ordered this very, very beautiful snow for you all here because we are in the Baltic Sea region in the more northern part of Europe at this fantastic Green Governance Day, thinking about greening procurement, greening governance. But of course, we need a local flair. We have very nice guests from very south of Europe, even from Greece. The snow is just for you, Nikos. Yes, hello. I am Heidrun from the Baltic Environmental Forum, and I will guide you here today to the program of the Green Governance Day. And I am very, very happy to do this as involved in 3 fantastic projects that are contributing with their experience to make this event. So we have a project which is directly on green public procurement. It is called Chem Clim Circle. We don't want procurement only to be green, no. We want to integrate chemicals aspect, circularity aspect, and climate aspects equally into procurement. This project has just recently started, half a year ago, so it will follow us and you for nearly 3 more years. So this is the first event we go public, and this project is the host of the event. Because when we started to prepare the project, the colleagues from Lithuania, from Vilnius, and from Public Procurement Office said, we also want a Green Public Procurement Day. My present to you. And I would like 1 second. And the other projects in this organizing it together is the Non-Has City project. That's about constructions and buildings. And as a municipality, construction has a lot to do with procurement, because obviously you buy the construction services. You are the biggest buyers of construction services as municipalities. And we have some shining examples from the Non-Has City project here for you to show how this can be solved, the tox-free, circular, climate-friendly buildings by procurement. And we have another project that's called Change Now, and that's about changing from single-use to multiple-use crockery, cutlery, dishes in food delivery systems. And that has a lot to do with procurement as well. So what you guys buy from the public institutions, that comes out or that does not come to the environment. And that's the whole essence of the event. We want to showcase a few cases from the running projects, Non-Has City and Change Now. And then we want to invite you to a deep dive into our super innovation project, Chem Clim Circle, so that you are aware what we expect from you the next 3 years to do, the Chem Clim Circle super procurement. And we have in the afternoon the final action of the Non-Has City project. Non-Has City has also a policy component, and we have had an award for the best building policies in the Baltic Sea region. And this award will today be handed to the winners, and I don't know who it is. So I was not allowed to know that, and nobody knows it except the organizers. So the World Future Council here has prepared with some people. I only see some names in the agenda, so we can all be awaiting some surprises. I don't know, maybe it was Athens, I don't know. So the event is open. I'm very, very happy that you are all here. And I would like to give the floor to Andrius Grigoris, the Deputy Mayor of Vilnius. And how many of your procurements are green, meanwhile? That's what we want to know from you.
Obviously is not enough, but we are moving forward in this direction very well. So, dear guests, dear friends, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to welcome you here in Vilnius, European Green Capital of 25, and although today's weather shows that it's more about white collar and wet feeling, however, we are still European Green Capital, and we will be for 1 month even more. So I'm finishing my informal speech, and now I'm going to my written paper, formal official speech. So just not to forget some important facts. So it's a great honor to host this event among such experts, and to have an experts here and city leaders from across the Baltic Sea region and the whole Europe. And we work here in Vilnius, we work every day to make our city cleaner, healthier, and more sustainable. And cities play a key role in this change. And our decision matters. Public procurement is one of the strongest tools we have. When we choose green services, products, or construction, we push our cities towards a better future. And today we come together to learn from each other and to share our ideas, share our experiences that can inspire new action. And many of you bring strong experience from across Northern and Baltic Europe. And your work shows that change is possible and that cities can lead it. And international projects such as Non-Has City 3 and Hem Climb Circle 2 also show how cooperation helps us to create better tools and clearer rules for green decisions. And Vilnius has made a good progress in this field. And in 2022, 78 of our procurements were green. And as my colleague from Public Procurement Office today told me, that this direction is moving forward, and we do have even more than 99% right now. So it's a great result, and I think we will move towards this direction in the future as well. So our city and our companies have been recognized nationally for clean mobility, green innovation, and good procurement practices, and these results shows that when we set clear goals and work together, we can achieve real impact. And I hope this day gives you new ideas, new motivation, and new partners. And we all want cleaner cities, safer materials, and healthier communities. And together we can move faster. So thank you to all organizers, partners, and participants. I wish you a productive, inspiring, and energizing day. So once again, welcome to Vilnius, and have a good event today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's on? Okay, thank you very much, Andrius. And 99%, that's a big figure. And we promise you that during the Chem Circle project, we will find out how green is green in the public procurement and what actually it's monitored. I would like to give the floor to our Green Public Procurement Office, no, our National Public Procurement Office of Lithuania, but the biggest ambassador of green public procurement I have ever met in a public institution, Kęstutis Kazulis, the project manager of Chem Circle project. And we are here in the Baltic Sea region trying to push the green governance further. Kęstutis, the real fanatic about green public procurement.
Thank you, Heidrun. It's a pleasure to host, such event here in our capital. Then we first met 2 years ago. It was Tallinn, and Tallinn hosted Green Governance Day. And I specifically remember such exact weather while driving into Tallinn. So we just don't want to skip the atmosphere. So Vilnius procurement team made a perfect job while ordering the weather as well. So I'm happy to see so many people, so passionate people about the same topics as we are working constantly. And the biggest pleasure that if you take something from today and bring to your organizations, change step by step, a little by little, something in your everyday activity, I think finally we will be successful, and we made this transition towards a more sustainable future. So enjoy, admire, listen, transfer. That's my wish for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kęstutis. And now I am glad to announce the first video greetings from a man who I really admire for his great view on many policies. It's the director of the German Environment Agency, the president of the German Environment Agency, Dirk Messner, and he couldn't come personally here, although he wanted it very much, because he loves the Non-House City project and he loves the procurement. And when we met in Vienna at a meeting, when we introduced policy recommendations from Non-House City, I invited him here. He said, "Oh, procurement is really great. I really want to come," but unfortunately he has a conflicting date here. But he made a nice video. And this I would like to ask the technical team now to play. Dirk Messner, the president of the German Environment Agency.
Green public procurement delivers measurable environmental impact with quantitative criteria. Green public procurement reduces public costs in the long term. Green public procurement uses life cycle costing, not just lowest prices. As such, it ensures the dissemination of this tool and also reduces the cost for the commissioning authorities by avoiding disposal costs, reducing maintenance needs, and lowering energy bills long term, preventing hazard-related liabilities, for example, PFAS contamination. Successful green public procurement is supported by product information and criteria tools. The best practice collected in the European Union interregional project co-organizing the Green Governance Day is encouraging. In the non-hazard city project, for instance, we looked with AVE at the municipalities in Sweden. Very good examples. Their digital tools have been used to visualize indoor pollutant emissions from building products. This has helped to reduce the use of procured products with high pollutant emissions into indoor air by 75% in 6 years. What a success. We would welcome such tools for all Europeans under the European Union Zero Pollution Ambition Strategy. Information on products, pollutants, content and release should be readily available for all of us. All kids learn better in good indoor pollution. All of us have better cognitive capacities in good indoor air. Thanks to interregional, the local best practices can be more easily taken up elsewhere. We can learn from each other. I believe that you are now in the best position to make the best practices, standard practices everywhere. Take other regions with you, for example, under the new European Bauhaus initiative. I think that we are now in a very good position to make the best practices, standard practices in all our countries. Take other regions with you. Let's learn from each other together, collectively and continuously. For example, under the new European Bauhaus initiative. I wish you an inspiring interregional networking and an exchange day on innovative policy instruments today. Keep up with good work. The green public procurement is an excellent and impactful tool for green governance. We stand for it at the German Environmental Agency. And I would like to encourage you locally, regionally and nationally to make decisions in this regard. Stand for it as well. The German Environment Agency will keep track of your messages for the final policy recommendations of the Non-Hazard City project for Brussels. Thank you to the city of Vilnius for hosting the whole event, and happy to see you soon again in the future.
Yes, it's very good if the directors or presidents of national environmental agencies are so committed. Microphone. Oh, sorry. Yes, I said it's great to see that presidents of the national environmental agencies are so committed and can understand also what we work about. That was Professor Dirk Messner from the German Environment Agency. Yes, let's now deep dive into the procurement. And we are here in Lithuania. Lithuania is one of the very few countries of the European Union who did what we, the practitioners, the environmentalists, want. They make green public procurement mandatory. That's what we all want to have. And it started in 2023. And now we would like to know about the ambition, what has driven you, what was the feedback, the resistance, and what is the current experience? I'm very happy to invite Ruta Kukulskite from the Ministry of Environment. She is the Chief Specialist of Green Public Procurement of Lithuania.
Thank you so much, Haidon, for the introduction. I'm pleased to open today's program and to deep dive in the best practices. I'm very, very happy to see such a crowd. I know you've had quite a day yesterday. You will have quite a day today, so I'm just gonna start right away. I am here to talk about our unique position in regulating green public procurement. Because since 2023, that's soon gonna be 3 years, every public procurement has to include an environmental aspect, environmental criteria. That means that we spend the mentioned 14% of GDP strategically to stimulate the sustainable products and services in Lithuania. Where did it all begin? The political will for such a decision cascaded down from the European Green Deal, which says the green product should become a norm among citizens. We have to start from ourselves, the public sector. The green public procurement requirements will be essential to boost demand for more sustainable products and services. And our before the last government took this idea very, very seriously, and they adapted very, very ambitious targets. As you see, we have quite a steep slope of growth of green public procurement from 2019 till 2024 till 2025. And the government just identified green public procurement as a key instrument to green the public services and the market for sustainable products. So they have adopted it was adopted in the governmental program. We wrote quite a plan how to reach this 100%. And even though the target was not set overnight, we gave ourselves and everybody a little bit of time. From first it was 10%, then 50, then a full 100. Still, as you can imagine, there was quite a lot of unease and unclarity of how do we do that, because we started with only 5%. So what we had to do first was to define what do we all consider green. Here I'm going to talk about the main legal document that me and my team work with. That is the order of the Minister of Environment, which sets out the rules for 20 product groups that we have identified as having the biggest environmental impact. And outside of these 20 groups, we have laid out more horizontal criteria because, as you know, 20 is not enough. There's like thousands and thousands of different products and services that you can buy. So these products, as you see, are products that are used very widely, such as paper packaging, electronics, furniture, food, textile, transportation, electricity, fuel, and so on. You might be curious what kind of minimum criteria do we have. So just gonna show you a little peek of what it is. In some product groups, it can be very, very detailed. In some, it's a little bit more broad. And this environmental criteria is often related either to circularity or energy efficiency or reduced CO2 in the production or the usage of a product. As you can see, we also have organic food, and of course we have lots and lots criteria for toxic substances, which we have been complemented by the Lithuanian BEF. Thank you very much. So outside of the 20 product groups, we have also some more horizontal criteria. Some of it we even call more like shortcuts, such as type 1 eco label, such as Nordic Swan or EU eco label, Nordic eco label, and so on, or the environmental management system, which is very useful for lots of services where you cannot really apply criteria to the product. So these are more two simplified types of criteria. And the third point is more independent environmental criteria based on the principles of circularity, energy efficiency, toxic substances, durability, reuse. And this requires a little bit more thought behind it from the public procurers, because they have to know the product well. They have to know what kind of criteria they could ask for of the market that would be related to these principles. So we have defined what is green. We have this legal document, which is, by the way, very flexible. We renew it every year. We try to be very reactive to the market and to any changes that are required from the regulation of the EU. And now I'm going to show you a little bit more the measures that we took to assist this steep transition. So of course we needed to build like a whole network to support this transition, and we couldn't have done it alone. The public procurement office, the fanatics that we love so dearly, did a huge job on this. They opened an entire competence center. They're consulting, they're training all over Lithuania. They even have a call line open for everybody that still has questions. And I think at the beginning it was really tough for them. I can only imagine, but now I think lots of public procurers, they are already in practice and they know where to look for the information. We have this information tree, which is pretty much like a Wikipedia for all the questions you might have. We have a dashboard that is monitoring the types of procurements that we have, the percent of the procurement that we have, and so on, as well as a tool very similar to this one, where a procurer can look for practical examples. For example, if he's buying the specific product, he can look up previous procurements and to just get an idea of the criteria that he should apply. We, from the ministry, we also try to be very, very open to communication. We organize the awards of GPP leaders. We just had these awards last week. The picture is taken last week. And we try to just spread the best practices, because a lot of the time we're just, we can end up complaining about this increased paperwork and workload, and to completely forget the benefits and the amazing products and services that the people buy. We have written around 10 recommendations for products and services that are not covered in this green table, but are still being in a high demand. We also send out a monthly newsletter. We have lots and lots of news and updates and information for the network of public procurers all over Lithuania. And we also have published an analysis of the environmental impact of the green public procurement, which calculates the CO2 impact, the saved CO2 of 5 product groups. This is already really great, but I think it would be even better if we could see how much money we save in the long term, because this is much more of a valuable figure, I think, for the policymakers. I'm approaching a few of my last slides, and it's been enough time. It's been 3 years already, and it's been enough time to be able to look back and to think in retrospective on what helped us and what is important. And Hadron asked me to talk about lessons learned. So I think I pointed out just a few, because of course there are hundreds of ideas in this very adventurous journey. So first of all, the regulation. If you make it mandatory, you have to make sure that it's proportionate and reasonable, and it's ensuring competition, because it's not something you can add voluntarily. It's something that will really might really limit. So it has to be really fitting the market. And for this, for it to be fitting, you have to communicate with the market participants, with the private sector, with the associations, because you have to come up with criteria that you're not a specialist of. That's talking about concrete. So you have to really take on advice and really have like a broad table of stakeholders that will advise you and come up with the best solution. Collaboration and leadership of other institutions. The PPO that I have mentioned already has taken a great leadership, and they've even changed their functions and the way they work to be able to participate in the growth of the green public procurement, as well as the central procurement organization that also have, from the very, very beginning, started to make their products on the catalog green, and have reached it step by step to be also fully green. Having a plan is a bit of a more of a general one, but we also had targets before, but only the implementation plan helped us to get us where we are, because as you can imagine, there's a big number of stakeholders, so many steps to take. So we had like a 5-year plan of how we're going to implement it. And I thought I also might mention the LIFE program, which in our case, and I know also in some other countries in the European Union, has contributed a lot financially and with human resources to be able to fully work only on that. And you probably are all wondering very much of what we have achieved, and if all of this headache is really worth it. So here are just a few things I could mention that have already formed over the years of practice. So this year, for the first time, we have exceeded the clean transport purchase target, which is set in the Alternative Fuels Act. Just one of the examples from the analysis, how much CO2 we have saved from the paper that we buy green. We also notice a tendency, an increase of sustainable products in the market. This is the whole idea behind it. So of course, this is wonderful to see that we have now more than two times more type 1 eco labels, twice more environmental systems, and 60% of suppliers say that they notice an increase of sustainable products in the market. We have more products that are being purchased energy efficient. We also have a very, very solid framework. When the regulation comes down from the EU, we have already like a full framework prepared and can transpose the laws, the directives and regulations rather easily. And of course, the last point is about meeting the national targets. That this is like a horizontal platform which allows us to achieve targets for circular economy, for energy efficiency, and for reducing transport fleet. So that's I think it from all this condensed information. And maybe just a last reflection. It seems that there's just a lot of work to do, and it's true, but I think it's really, really worth it. And I think as policymakers, we should very much focus on the great outcome and to really utilize this tool that is at our hands, that is 14% of our GDP, to stimulate the market for more sustainable consumption. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ruta. And I am really happy for your presentation because 30 years ago, exactly, in summer, autumn 1995, I came to the Baltic states to start a little project called Baltic Development Forum. We changed it to Baltic Environmental Forum. And I was first time in Vilnius, in your ministry at that time. And I still remember elderly men of department directors who didn't know what to do with this strange green German woman. I got still the advice from the Latvian director of environmental department, don't be too green here, this is not Germany. And then I was first time in your country trying to offer to the Ministry of Environment workshops and communication. It was a development until your speech when you immediately at the front part mentioned that communication was a main part for success. So, and to be so ambitious and to be so proud of the regulation that you have developed and to have the first 3 years of practice and to be flexible, to say that we have flexible legislation. At that time, it was only the Nordic countries who said that they need flexible legislation. The colleagues in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, in the ministries, they wanted strict regulation because better you do what's written. And we always looked at these strange Swedish people who want flexibility. But now I am happy to hear that your legislation is flexible, it gets adjusted in the year, you make the awards for the best green public procurement, and you have a result. So this is really a big, big, big applause once more. This is 30 years development. I have been here, so this is really great. And I am looking forward to go a step further together with you with the new Interreg ChemClim Circle project to look at we want to advance the GPP purchases on the praxis level, but also a little bit theoretically to look at the impacts, not only CO2 emissions, but also to add up some other environmental criteria on circularity and on toxicity. So that will be something what we will like to examine on your big box of experiences.
Yes, we have already been approached by Lithuanian BEF, and yes, we're open to it. Let's talk.
Yes, thank you very much. Ruta, thank you very much. And now we do geographically a huge step to the very south of Europe, to Athens. And I'm very, very happy to have Nikolaos Christogelos, the deputy mayor of Athens, here. And I would like to ask you, what about the green public procurement in your city, in your country? And you call it the role of sustainable, green and social procurement. Nikos, I may already say Nikos, so Nikos Christogelos from Athens. There is another microphone here. Here is the microphone. And here you can flip over your presentation, if you can see.
Yes. I'm very proud and very happy that I'm here, and I'm here to learn more and a little bit to transfer our experience in Athens. I'm Deputy Mayor for Climate Governance and Civil Protection and Social Economy. So my point of view is from this topic, how we can make our climate strategy a strategy for a green procurement also, not only for CO2 emissions reduction, but also more circular, more green, and at the end, more social. And this is what is very interesting for us. We are a little bit late as a city. We have experienced crisis, financial crisis, and all this has created a negative environment because it was not connected with green transition. It was focused only on austerity, and that was a big challenge for real changes. I think we have not done this. But in any case, now we have the political commitment in the city as a new administration. We are 2 years old. And what we want to do is to make a real climate, green, and social transition. Because when we discuss about all these topics at the end, it is about the quality of life. It is about the citizens. It is not about the products or the process or the climate or the environment. It is more about the people, the citizens. And this must be clear in our communications that we don't care only about environment or climate, but we care also for the people. And what we want to do is to change and make the life of the citizens more safe. When we discuss about safety, it is not about a rule of law only, but it is also safety, healthy environments, good quality of life. I have seen these questions. I can say there is European legislation, of course. There is Greek legislation. It is not about obligations. It is something more voluntary. But then if we want to see a real change, then we have to see how we can implement following schedules, policies, commitments, goals, and timetable. Otherwise, we just express our wishes, and this is not good for cultures like Mediterranean, because we have nice dreams, we have nice ideas, but then there is a lack of implementation. And in our culture, we need also to learn from Germany, from other countries, commitments and implementation. We have a number of projects about green public procurement in the past. We have also guidelines. There is a brochure, it's I think more than 100 pages. And there is, let's say, political commitment now to work in the city, because it's not the same situation in every municipality. There is a lack of experience, lack of commitments in many municipalities, but in our municipality now, there is political commitment. Also, the mayor is professor in the university working on climate issues, so he can understand what is the discussion about. Because sometimes you have to explain to the people, also the political staff, what is the discussion about. If they don't understand well, they say, okay, it's nice ideas, but then I have to solve some other problems. So it is important to understand that many of the problems of the cities are connected with what we discuss here, green government. And I am deputy mayor of climate governance. It's not about climate policy only, it's also about governance. That means also to see how we can do things. This is very important. Now we try to, I was here in May in this city, and we received the label, that means the label of mission cities. That means we are part of EU mission for climate neutral cities. I'm very happy that I'm again here for green governance. So from the climate contract now, we work to prepare an operational program. That means how we can implement the goals, how we can speed up the investment plan, but also what structural changes we need and commitments to succeed in what we have proposed politically. And this is very important. I think it's not interesting for you, but you know, there are many, many legislation, decisions, orders about such things. But now we have to move from this because everything is included there. I mean, there is no lack of legal frameworks. What is needed is to act for this. And we need flexibility because the experience in Baltic area is different from Mediterranean area, but we can learn from each other. And we have discussed a little bit, but I hope we will be able to discuss it in details. How we can use your experience here, because I follow these initiatives about sustainability in the Balkan area, how we can translate this experience and adjust this experience to the Mediterranean framework. And this is important. You have developed many interesting tools, processes, but how we can adjust all this in Mediterranean content. So we have obligation, we have many things, but now we have to develop also tools. And there are some tools there, but we have to improve. As was the discussion before, we have to follow, to monitor all this process and adjust the process and take initiatives to improve all this. And we focus a lot on public participation. Especially me, I am active citizen for 40 years more, and I'm very, I support very much the participation of different stakeholders and the citizens in the whole process. It is not only the responsibility of ministries or public authorities or even the universities, but we need this collaboration and exchange of experience because everyone can contribute and together we can make a framework that is more productive, has a result. And I was some days ago in Spain for a conference between universities and cities, and that was the discussion because there is an excellent work in universities, research, proposals, tools, and then there are some municipalities that are doing things, but sometimes missing this collaboration, how we can implement the outcome of research and how the researchers can benefit from the experience of the daily life. Because at the end, the most important is how we can do it in our daily life, starting from us, municipalities, citizens, but also at the national European level. Now we voted the first draft of operational plan, and we will start now the work for the concrete goals during a discussion with citizens. It's not only discussion among the different departments of the municipality. So we will start an open debates with public participation, with citizens, universities, and your experience is very useful also because we can see what works, what is not working, and how we can start also with some projects, also pilot project. What we are doing in the municipality about green procurement, I think not many. If I think what I am wishing to do, because I have more demands as a person active in civil society. But if you see it from the distance, then you say, okay, it's important for a municipality. It is not like a citizen. So I think we do many things on energy efficient. We have changed all the lighting on road. This is big because it is about 40,000 lighting systems. It was not an easy thing, but it is very important because also it's greener lighting. It's also a question of cost. We spend a lot of money for energy and water. We have done less on chemicals. I am chemist, so I know very well how important is this, but in the municipalities, it is more difficult to understand better. I think we have many obstacles in reusing things, although we discuss all the time. The legislation is not leaving space for the use of materials. Even many European projects, they say you are not able to buy reusable materials like furniture, for example. So I think this is a big obstacle, and it is not because of the European legislation, it's because of the culture. Because some people make the regulation and say, no, you don't buy reusable materials, you buy other. And so we have to think about the cultural issues. Why do they say, okay, there sometimes are problems of quality and so on, but then we have to think in a more greener way, and this means that we have to change also the minds. Now we work on circular economy. It is not only about waste management, of course. When you discuss about circular economy, the reaction of the people, you discuss about recycling, it is not only this. We have a number of projects now. We combine nature-based solutions with circular economy. So we want to improve the situation. Yes, I'm coming to that. And we have to work more on cleanness. And I come to a conclusion. There are difficulties because sometimes there is the framework, but there are not mechanisms for the implementation. I mean, we have a decision for the creation of ministerial collaboration, a committee internally to prepare and promote this green public procurement. It doesn't work very efficient for me, so we have to do more. And there is not easy flexibility because sometimes there are some regulation for product and then there is no space for green procurement or for second-hand materials and so on. So we have to think about this. The starting point's always difficult because if you don't have a market focus on green products and services, then it is difficult to start. But you know, it's like who will do the first step. So you need to start thinking and prepare the open calls based on green public procurement, and then the market will be adjusted there. Otherwise, we will never have products and services based on green criteria. Also, in Greece, we have a big problem because the public servants feel a little bit unsafe. So this is more or less something new. And then they are thinking, oh, I will prepare something new, and if it is wrong or if this is a problem, then I will get problems. So they don't start easily something innovative. So they need the support from the political staff, from the ministries, from the universities. So even some years ago, we have prepared some pilot projects. It is not easy because it depends also on the culture of the people. They prefer something stable. I can copy something I know very well. So they copy the last priorities, the previous priorities. And of course, it is also a question of public demand. I mean, if the people demands greener solutions, then we can go forward. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Yes, in the Baltic states and my 30 years of the transferring the innovative ideas, that has been the learning from the Scandinavian neighbors. So we can only recommend the learning and the cooperation. That's really something. And we are very happy to have you here. And you will be here also tomorrow with our Climate Circle project. And then we can really concretely discuss how to transfer our ideas to Athens. Thank you very much, So we had a little glance to Lithuania, a little look to Athens, and I think it's time that we once more reflect a little bit on the developments, green public procurement in Europe. And we wanted to set the frame for deep diving, to get a little overview on what has developed. We met 2 years ago in Tallinn. 2 years is a long time, and we have invited Evelyn Pirsalo from Stockholm Environment Institute Tallinn branch to give us a really good overview. What has developed newly, and where do we stand actually in these developments? Evelyn, the floor is yours. There is this mystic machine. You look at there, something happens in the background. The floor is yours, Evelyn.
Yes, hello, everybody, and thank you for inviting me here. Yes, I'm Evelyn Pirsalo, senior expert in Stockholm Environment Institute Tallinn Center, and I've been working with green public procurement issues quite long time. I started, I think, first time in 2009 with this topic, so over 15 years now. Yeah, and just happy to give you a little recap of the journey of GPP, so to say, and where it has landed now today in 2025. Well, we already heard so much or today, like how powerful tool GPP, the green public procurement, really is, and the market share is quite high, and how can we already heard examples? How can it reduce environmental impact, and with that all, they can also shift markets towards sustainability and the whole society in a way towards sustainability when supporting the achievement of policy goals. But let's look a little bit like where the last 30 years of green public procurement. It started out in the 90s with small pilot projects in a way that incorporated green criteria. But it was the first time integrated into policy in sustainable development strategy. But it was always a voluntary tool at the beginning, and procurers, it was up to procurers' ambition and knowledge how they were implementing green public procurement. And many of the procurers, well, did not have that experience and ambition or guts to go further with it. So that's why 2008 EU started to support procurers more strongly with EU-wide GPP criteria, and they have been working on that ever since. But in 2014, with EU procurement directives, it really started to go beyond the price, also to really make sure or really enable the green public procurement to become a market shift driver. And that was a time when really the other criteria like environmental, social, and innovation were given weight beside price. But further from there, it started with the EU Green Deal, actually, which really integrated and embedded green public procurement into policy. And that was a time when it was really recognized as a powerful tool, not just to procure something, to buy a tool for a public sector to buy something, but really a central implementation tool. So I would say that I'm working with this field for a long time, and in recent years I have really seen the sort of the renaissance of or comeback of the green public procurement, and has really big in the agenda now compared to many other years. And then we've heard also the story about Lithuania, and I understand my numbers are not even completely correct here, but yeah, so Lithuania has really skyrocketed with its uptake of GPP, but then it varies a lot in different countries, but the numbers are not maybe good to follow here because the statistics is a bit problematic in Europe. It's systemic and comparable monitoring is really lacking, and that's why the picture behind statistics is a bit maybe different. And also the actual impact of it is something that's not so much grasped yet, and still needs to be developed, how to understand the impact really. But GPP really serves two interconnected purposes. First, it establishes a clear regulatory baseline. It sets minimum environmental standards, and it really allows for the procurers to eliminate the first performing products, so to say. But also it creates predictable market conditions and certainty for the suppliers, so that they know that there's a market for them also in the future. But secondly, when designed strategically, the green public procurement can really be innovation driver. I mean, historically, public sector has accelerated the adoption of low energy lighting, like LED lighting, electric buses, and low energy buildings. So yeah, it's really is a powerful tool for the innovation, so that when procurement asks for higher performance instead of some specific technical specifications, then suppliers also come and innovate. So as it was said, the concept of green public procurement has evolved into strategic procurement, which integrates environmental, social, and innovation objectives. So that these innovation procurement approaches, such as innovation procurement, pre-commercial procurement, they extend GPP by enabling public procurers to actually buy solutions that are yet not available in the market, or are still under development. But new approach has really, we have seen that the mandatory criteria, or mandatory criteria is something that's come in at the EU level through directives, with Clean Vehicle Directive and also Energy Efficiency Directive, but also at the countries level. I mean, Lithuania, Estonia, Italy, and also other countries, they have set mandatory criteria to make sure that green public procurement becomes sort of hygiene in the procurement, and to make sure that to use the potential of green public procurement. But at the same time, it was really good to hear, Lithuania, that you are very flexible and you are also updating these criteria, because there is a pitfall that if these mandatory criteria are not updated, they can lock the market into current technologies, or limit flexibility for alternative solutions. So that when we look at the sort of the levels of innovation, that with mandatory criteria, there is a sort of a threat that we only stuck into product level, will only the green or circular products that are already in the market are used. But it's really important that mandatory criteria enable also innovation. So, so that they focus performance rather than technical solutions, and they also set ambitious targets, achievable but still ambitions. And this updating, yes, regular update is really important because we all know how fast the technology is moving. So the sort of the supplier level is important, where new innovative products are supported by the development of new innovative products are supported by green public procurement. But even the higher level is system level, where yeah, this is most advanced, and where really the solutions combining products and services and systems, and that means procuring more function or performance rather than specific standalone products. So when we look at the future of GPP now, then yes, this mandatory, we see that this mandatory criteria is something that that is becoming more and more important, also through EU legislation. We hear that there are plans to include mandatory criteria for different products groups, but also at the different country level. And also we can see that circularity is definitely something that's will be more deeply embedded and into procurement also. But it's important that that we go beyond just integration of climate mitigation and circular economy strategies, that we take these hazardous substances and toxicity also into account, and that's something that also our ChemClim Circle project will support. And yes, the innovation procurement, that's also definitely something that we is really starting out. There's really capacity, a lot of capacity building going on to make sure that that public procurers are using more of this possibility of innovation procurement. And also, when I talked before about monitoring and impact assessment, then I'm sure there is also something that where we see more harmonized monitoring, and also digital tools allow more harmonized monitoring. But also impact assessment is something that all countries are talking about, that when we are yeah, putting these criteria, then what does it really mean in terms of environmental impact? And that is also something where we come in with ChemClim Circle. I don't know if they solve the whole problem, but at least with the start of it, definitely. Yeah, and just to conclude and to summarize, that green public procurement really has shifted from a niche idea, not voluntary niche idea, to a strategic mechanism shaping European markets. And it's really important to balance these mandatory requirements with innovation aspects. Is critical that that this is done, so that procurers can really play this powerful role of accelerating Europe's sustainability transition.
Yes, thank you very much, Evelyn. Yeah, I think it's really important that we think about how it all has started and to what it has developed. Originally, there were these OECD questions: is it mandatory or is it voluntary in your country? And I always thought, well, if this is all reporting in EU, we do not get very far. So we need mandatory flexibility, or flexible mandatoriness, something like that. And what you said already is the monitoring of the greeniness of the procurement and the impact assessment. So more than counting CO2 emissions from energy activities. That's a big task, that's an intellectual task, and that's about the ChemClim Circle project. which we will tell you only in the afternoon before we look at others. Thank you very much, Evelyn, for setting the scene. And now I would like to invite you to listen to a very specific aspect. You know, here is a room of fanatics of green public procurement, but there is also a group of fanatics in hazardous substance management. And if we want to protect the climate, we need to implement energy-related measures, but we know this is only 60% of it. The other 40% is by circularity measures. But we can only be circular if we get the hazardous chemicals out of our environment, of our products, of our cycles. And we have been thinking for many years now in our Non-Haz City project, since the beginning, that how can we get this more into the thinking? How we can add up the chemicals management issues into the municipality or the public administration thinking. We learned from Swedish partners from Stockholm and from Västerås. They are doing it intrinsically by their nature, I don't know. But we wanted to think how we can do it, and then there was a very, 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 very intelligent, innovative researcher at Turku University of Applied Sciences, Hanna-Maria Ylirosi, who said, we need to bring it into procurement. We need chemicals smart procurement in our very first Non-Haz City project, and it has developed to a kind of program, to a kind of concept, the chemical smart procurement, what we want to bring in to the question of what is green procurement. Green for us is not only energy saving and LED lamps. It is a little bit more. Hanna-Maria, tell us about the specific aspects of the hazardous substances and the procurement. I was in a water conference last week talking to 150 wastewater treatment guys, and when they hear taking out hazardous substances, they think about wastewater treatment plant. They talked about millions of how much it costs, and then I was invited to the stage to talk about the procurement. I was so surprised about these millions, and I said, I think we can have it cheaper. We can use public procurement by it. Hanna-Maria.
Thank you, Heidrun, for this kind introduction. So, yes, my name is Hanna-Maria Ylirosi, and I represent Turku University of Applied Sciences. And we are located in southwest coast of Finland by the Baltic Sea. And I have worked with public procurement and chemicals now for 10 years. I'm not a chemical expert myself. My focus has been on environmental management and how municipalities can reduce chemical exposure and emissions in their own operations. And that was when I came across with public procurement, and I have been a big fan ever since. So today I try to answer to one key question. Why is procurement relevant when we talk about reducing emissions and exposure to hazardous substances? So for those that are not chemical freaks in the room, just a little bit some basic facts. In our everyday lives, we constantly are exposed to a wide variety of chemicals. So, of course, most of these chemicals are harmless, they are safe, and they serve important purposes. However, research evidence shows that some chemicals used in everyday products can pose risks to human health and the environment. And today, I'm not talking about the chemicals that are already banned by legislation, such like asbestos, if we talk about construction materials. Instead, I focus on chemicals that are legally allowed in products and materials, yet still present health and environmental risks. this was the big surprise for me 10 years ago, that this is the situation. These substances are present in the surfaces and in the materials that surround us here. And it's also good to note that I am not talking about liquids. This is usually when we start talking about chemicals, people think like cleaning detergents or paints. But no, I'm talking about concrete materials and products. So I also represent Non-Hazard City 3 project. And we have worked with hazardous substances and construction materials that are used in building houses. And why are these materials important? Well, they matter because we spend so much time indoors. Half of time of our lifetime, some people more. And this means that we are in constant contact with these materials. And of course, outdoor materials matter as well, because they are continuous contact with the environment, with rain, with stormwaters, and through that with aquatic systems, streams, lakes, and then they end up in the Baltic Sea if they are not treated in the wastewater treatment plant before that, with great costs. So what we have done is we took samples from indoor dust, stormwater, and different construction materials and analyzed them. And we found that indoor dust analyses, for example, revealed complex mix of contaminants reflecting the materials present inside the rooms where the samples were taken. The same applied the stormwater samples. Stormwater reflected the outdoor construction materials. And we found from the samples, for example, PFAS substances. This is a substance group, and chemicals that belong to this group are so-called forever chemicals. Maybe you have heard about this. They can have very serious health impacts, and they are actually so harmful that the EU is considering banning these chemicals. But currently, you can use them in construction materials, and they are used. So hazardous chemicals in construction materials can pose risk to human health, but they slow down also progress on circular economy and climate goals. And why is this? Because they make safe reuse and recycling of materials much more difficult. Actually, construction sector has a very big environmental footprint. The industry is one of the largest consumers of energy and raw materials globally. And within the EU, it's responsible for nearly 40% of emissions, generates almost a third of waste, and only about 40% of waste is recycled. So we really need to improve the circularity of construction materials. And to do that, we, for example, must eliminate hazardous substances in them. So, but what about then other stuff? Maybe your organization is not buying construction or housing. Well, here you can see examples of products commonly procured by public entities that may pose chemical risks and the typical hazardous substances found in them. So here you can see, for example, that furniture textiles can contain formaldehyde and biocides. And plastic-based products may include plasticides, some of which can have endocrine disrupting effects. So really, chemicals are not only construction material issue, but it's an issue of all the products almost that we use. So we come to procurement. So what we have found out, like Heidrun said, that procurement really is the solution. It's really powerful tool for reducing exposure to hazardous chemicals because it can influence the chemical content of products and materials and then help us reduce health and environmental risks in practice. So chemical smart procurement means demanding chemical safety, going beyond national and EU minimum standards, and considering special groups such as children. So as mentioned, EU chemical legislation bans certain substances, but this is very slow process. So time and again, we have seen that preventive measures are needed, and with chemical smart public procurement, we can protect health and the environment. So what can we do? How then we can use procurement to reduce risks related to hazardous chemicals? So we can use, for example, chemical procurement criteria. There is a lot of ready-made chemical criteria that can be used. For example, EU GBB criteria includes also chemicals. But I really want to advertise Sweden. Swedish National Procurement Agency offers excellent, ready-made, high-quality chemical criteria for various different kind of product groups and also for construction. And those are also available in English. One key recommendation is to ban substances of very high concern from the products that you are procuring. These are chemicals that are identified as highly hazardous. They can be, for example, carcinogenic, toxic for reproduction, and yet they are still can be found from products. They are allowed in products. Because of the great variety of different kind of substances and materials, expert support might be helpful. So I recommend you to connect with an expert. So maybe in your municipality, for example, there is a person who knows chemicals, maybe in the environmental department. So contact them, involve them, offer them coffee, and discuss with them. Or maybe there is a consumer association, NGO, national level chemical agency, or local university that could help you to navigate through these materials and different chemical criteria and help you to select wisely. The other very good tool is green building certificates. Green building certificates like, for example, Nordic Swan, help ensure higher chemical safety in construction projects. And these provide structures, a verifiable approach to sustainability and material helps. And they have the use of these certification systems, they have very many benefits. For example, clear, measurable, pre-made criteria for hazardous substances. So you don't need to make the requirements yourself. Those are done for you. Improved verification, traceability, and documentation. And they are also great help in communication between the municipality and then with the supplier, making sure that municipality gets what was purchased. You will hear more examples about these certificates in the afternoon. And if you think, okay, this is really far away in the future to have a certified building, there is always eco-label products that you can use. This is great first step. Ecolabels ensure materials meet higher chemical safety requirements. And if there are no ecolabeled products on the markets for you, you can check the criteria behind the ecolabel and maybe apply some of those criteria in your tenders. And you can prioritize. You don't have to buy everything ecolabeled. Use ecolabeled products for spaces where people spend a lot of time, and for large surfaces and materials like walls, floors, that have great impact on exposure and indoor air quality. And the next question that always follows when we talk about certification systems and ecolabels: what about the cost? Are certified or ecolabeled materials more expensive? So here you can see the first Nordic Swan ecolabeled kindergarten in the city of Helsinki. Nordic Swan has very high requirements for chemical content of the construction materials. And in Helsinki, there was a political will to build this ecolabeled kindergarten, and politicians gave approval to extra cost, which they thought that might come. In the end, the extra cost was less than 10%. If I can remember correctly, it's more closer to 5%. And this experience showed that the extra cost for this Nordic Swan ecolabeled kindergarten mainly came from personal costs. Person that was tracking the materials, ensuring compliance with Nordic Swan requirements, and managing the certification process. It didn't come from the materials themselves. And actually what was told to us when we visited this kindergarten with our French and Greek colleagues, we were told that actually a lot of materials that they have used here are those that they are using also in their so-called standard kindergarten. So you can also use these certification systems, the framework, and maybe skip the actual stamp, the certificate, and just use the requirements that are set in the certificate. So if you got interested in construction, hazardous substances, what next? I suggest that you get familiar with our really good materials that we have produced for you. This building material catalog is just awesome. It goes through all the construction materials and explains their chemical, circular, and climate impacts, and it really helps you to choose wisely and make safer choices. We have produced a lot of materials, so I will just take up two. The second one here is this tox-free building blueprint. This has everything you need to know about the certification systems from the hazardous substances point of view. So thank you for listening, and I hope that you find our materials and experiences very useful and then yes, insightful.
Thank you very much, Hanna Maria. Yes, and these materials are already existing in several languages. It's not only in English. We have them in the national languages. I know your colleague Eri is translating into Greece, so we will have it soon in Greek language, and the catalog is already in French. So we are exporting the Baltic Sea region ideas also outside of the region. I hope that you got a little appetizer on procurement as a really good instrument until you wait for bans on the national level. Public institutions can act by the power of definition. So if we do not put in the hazardous substances into the value chain, we don't need the millions for the wastewater treatment at the end. I think that's the key message. And that's the power of the procurement as a tool. So we have now set the frame of the thinking. I have for you 4 super examples from procurement cases from projects after the coffee break. So you can really hear about the practical how we did it. And not only about hazardous substances. Don't be afraid, the whole event is not about hazardous substances. We will talk about such simple things as how to make the Song Festival in Estonia free of single-use plastic cups. That is very simple for everybody. Everybody can do it, not only Tallinn, all the world. So, but first we have deserved the coffee. We are 15 minutes behind schedule, but don't worry, we will catch up somewhere. I have built in some buffers into the agenda. Nobody noticed that. The colleagues from Lithuania who were preparing with me technically, they said, yeah, but the timing doesn't fit. I said, it will fit. Okay, so first you have deserved the coffee here outside. We start again at 12 o'clock sharp, so you have 23 minutes for coffee only, not 30. But please have a coffee, and then we meet here again at 12. Shall we start again? Can you get the people inside? Probably the queue is in the bathrooms. The few smokers over left that by purchasing criteria are still smoking. Can I ask you to sit down? Come in, sit down. Get in everybody from the outside to come in. Should do some exercises to bridge the 3 minutes until everybody is sitting. Are there still many people outside? Can you try to get them in, please? The noise is amazing. There must be many people outside. Okay, more and more and more people. Please come inside. And Meki, get the rest of the people coming in. Coming, coming, coming. So, I would like now to invite you to hear 4 really nice cases. Ambitious cases, different cases, and they are having different subjects also, but they all have one unifier, and that's the procurement. The procurement criteria, the question what you get in the procurement, you set criteria, you make a tender, you get the offers, the bids from the service providers, the suppliers. You take a decision, you make a contract, you get a product or a result, and you look, did it fulfill your criteria? And I think that's very, very difficult to manage the whole process, but it's also very important to keep a control on that. And I would like to invite you to listen at first to Liina Kanarvik from Tallinn. She's also one of the absolute freaks. She's from the Strategic Management Office of Tallinn city, and she is putting so much of energy into getting Tallinn plastic free, into procuring, making events more sustainable, and as we have learned already in the morning, it all depends on people, on personalities who have this drive. So you are, for me, the driver of strategic management decisions in Tallinn. And I always like your enthusiasm, how you strive for it. She's not only making the women's run marathon, she's also running there with the much smaller plastic thing, exactly, and trying the cups not being anymore single-used from plastic. Lina, Tallinn, large-scale events, free from single-use tableware by procurement measures.
Very good. Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Hydron. All was correct. So let's begin. I'm Lina from the city of Tallinn. And as Hydron said, forerunner when it comes to moving towards reuse in public events. So to start with the background, we all know that there's a big plastic pollution and a lot of waste generated. And of course, you all know what's behind it. It's the overconsumption. You consume a lot, you for sure, me, maybe. But actually, we all do consume a lot. And overconsumption is the problem behind this plastic and waste pollution. And to be more precisely, when it comes to EU, then the packaging is around 40% of total plastic demand. Only around 40% is actually recycled. And when it comes to reuse systems, then less than 2% of the market is covered by reuse systems. And although EU has introduced different measures to focus on the prevention and reduction of waste, then actually the widespread implementation remains limited when it comes to reuse. So actually one way to move towards reuse is using reusable tableware at public events. You know why? Because a lot of people come together at one time. So it's much better to demonstrate, you know, and to get the visible impact. So can you raise your hand who has been to a mass event, to public event? All of you, I know you have. I've seen you. Okay, so you go there, you have fun, you consume food and drinks, you are satisfied, but when you go home, the venue is not satisfied at all. You have seen this picture, like the, of course, a lot of single-use cups or plates are on the ground. The bins are overloaded with waste. And so what can we do with it? And what the Tallinn did. So to move towards reuse, we thought, like, is it even possible to use only reusable tableware when it comes to mass events? So what do you think? Is it possible? Like when you have 10 participants? Easily. Here, I don't know, 100 and more. You had a nice break using only reusables. So what about 1,000 participants? Is it possible? When it comes to 100,000? No? Yes? So let's find out at the end of the presentation. But so let's move on. What Tallinn did. So I would divide this process of banning single-use materials into different phases. Altogether, let's say 5 phases, and starting with the first one. So the early measures, laying the foundation. Actually, it was 2019 when there were some forward-thinking politicians in Estonia who decided to ban single-use plastic tableware at public events. So it was a really big step forward because, you know, plastic waste, the amount of plastic waste was reduced. So everybody was were clapping hands, you know, but actually the amount of waste remained the same, We just changed one material with another one, allowing to use this compostable material. So it did not solve the problem anyhow. Of course, it was one step forward, but it did not solve the waste problem. And but I would say this step established the groundwork for broader structural reforms towards reuse system, because we saw it didn't work. So when it comes to phase 2, the limitations of first measures were recognized, and as Tallinn Waste Plan was prepared, we decided to state in the Tallinn Waste Plan that the city will promote moving towards reuse. So there was this big scope, and now we had to decide like how we're going to do it. So the question was not why, but how to do it. So we were thinking like maybe we should change some procurement conditions. Maybe we should make a new regulation, or just make a guidelines. So I understood, actually, I was working in the city at that time, and I understood that actually when it comes to event management, it's not all about, serving food and drinks. It also involves materials, it also involves waste, energy, transportation, also communication. So I wanted an approach that actually considers all those aspects, not only this food and drinks. So we used international examples for inspiration, but we focused on local testing instead of copying those solutions that other cities had. So when it comes to the phase 3, we had these guidelines for sustainable events, and we wanted to test it at different public events. So we had these sports events, and we had some family festival, also like opera days, to see how these guidelines works in different types of events. So we were piloting various reusable tableware systems, and we engaged different stakeholders. Before the event, during the event, and after the event, all the event organizers, service providers, also public and politicians, everybody were behind the one table at the same time to see what works and what does not work. Of course, we monitored how the system worked in different events. And this piloting phase, it demonstrated that reuse systems were well received by the event organizers, by attendees, and by the vendors. So at that time, we noticed that actually everybody is almost ready. So what are we waiting for? Let's make it a stronger binding regulation. So the political momentum, actually it was in 2023, when Tallinn held the title of European Green Capital, the same title as Vilnius has today. So this really gave us both strong political backing and much greater public attention. So in April that year, the mayor issued a decree mandating the use of sustainable event guidelines that also included using reusable tableware, and also other aspects that I mentioned before. So it was mandatory for all city organized events. And actually soon after, this mandate was strengthened even further through 2 citywide regulations, and these created a solid legal foundation for making sustainable practices the new standard in Tallinn. So 2 more regulations came after this city-organized event guidelines. When it comes to the phase 4, even more to say. What this regulation said was that all those food and drinks may only be served in reusable containers, and only reusable cutlery is allowed to use in all public events when there are less than 30,000 visitors per day. It was in 2023. And under public event, we mean all those concerts and festivals and competitions and performances that are open to the public with or without a ticket. It can be city organized or or another event. Of course, when it comes to your birthday party or weddings, it's not a public event, and there you can still use single-use tableware there. It's not allowed. If I was there visiting this, but in general, it's allowed. But here is a very good flagship example, because the same year, 2023, it was this youth song and dance festival that was holding 100,000 participants. So actually this regulation that we made in Tallinn did not apply for this event because there were so many participants coming to this event. Well, as city was partly organizing this event, then they did not actually have option. They still had to use reusable tableware. So what I was thinking, because there was a really strong will, we really wanted to organize this event as sustainable as possible, because it was the flagship event of the Green Capital year. So, and the previous year, then when we tested these guidelines, we saw that these reuse systems are really working in Tallinn. Then let's try to force these event organizers to use reusables also. But how to ensure that the caterers use? So should we make it mandatory procurement requirements? Of course, that's what we did. So we made two procurements, one for the participants and one for the visitors of this event. And we issued strict requirements for reusable tableware and reuse systems. So yeah, we managed. So this Youth Song and Dance Festival, this really became a landmark case for large-scale reuse implementation, and I would say in the whole world, not only in Estonia or in Europe. I will show you some key measures that included this deposit system. We had really good deposit return points. We used a lot of reusable tableware instead of single-used one. And the event avoided 400,000 single-use items. Then we had those green ambassadors who were like kind of advisors how to sort waste and how to use the reusable system correctly. And of course, all the waste that was generated was sorted properly at each site. And now I'm moving forward to the phase 5, which actually has really a big impact on the whole Estonia, not only for Tallinn, because after Tallinn had generated such regulation, then the national policy actually followed us. So following our success since 2024, Estonia has this legislation that all events in Estonia you must use only reusable tableware when you are serving food or drinks. So I would say that Tallinn's experience demonstrates that cities too have the power in their hands. They can be the key drivers of circular innovation. We are capable of testing. We can adapt. We can expand the solutions, and we can do it more quickly than usually the national level can. So to sum up, what was important during those 5 steps that I just showed you? Policy integration. So reuse measures were embedded in Tallinn's waste plan, and they were aligned with the national level and the EU level. Political leadership. So there were right people and there was right time. Phased implementation. So we had this step-by-step implementation, starting with banning this single-use plastic and moving towards reuse, and also testing the reuse, not just making the regulation or procurement conditions, but we wanted to see if everybody is ready, if we have enough service providers on market, and if everybody is ready. And as we were assured, then after that we set the criteria, not before. Very good stakeholder engagement at the very beginning phase. So as I said, we engaged all those event organizers and vendors, also politicians. So everybody were there behind one table before the event, during the event, after the event. So I think this was really a key to the success. this flagship event, you must have a flagship event to convince others that actually this regulation works. And our event was really a good example. And thanks to this regulation, I would say that this created a demand for reuse services on market. As soon as they noticed that this regulation is coming, so this market actually expanded. So it was a very good insight for them also. So I would say that Tallinn's experience shows that ambitious local action, whether through procurement criteria or regulations or practical guidelines, all of those can actively drive the shift towards reuse. And we know that the EU is strengthening its focus on waste prevention. So cities too have a unique role here. They can actually be the leaders, and they can they can inspire other cities and the national level while also stimulating the market. So my last words. So whether it is procurement criteria or regulations or guidelines, whatever you have in your hands, you can choose the tools that fit in your city. Tallinn shows all of those. So you can make a change, and thanks to this, you can move towards more circular world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lina. Thank you very much. And if I may ask you one or two more tiny little questions. In this year, you had again a song festival. And you were not only thinking about those who were the visitors, the spectators, and the backstage. You know, in song festivals, in Baltic state song festivals, the choirs and the dancers are already 30,000. So they are coming from the whole country to perform. They need to eat backstage. The spectators need to eat. And then these dancers stay in Tallinn from the whole country overnight in schools, public place. And you introduced in one of our project meetings on the Change Now, how did you want to influence when they are purchasing pizza and whatsoever in the nights? This you should tell to the audience because it was super attractive.
Well, when you organize something, you can always do more. You can learn what you did in previous events, and then next time you can make it better. So we had a look on this event, and as Heidrun said, you know, those performers are actually staying in the schools, and they are sleeping in the schools of Tallinn because they have to practice 1 week ahead, right? So they are also, when they are staying there, they are ordering food sometimes when they are hungry. Through Bolt and Volt, you also have those systems in your countries, right? So we contacted Bolt and Volt and said that during this week, we want everybody's order to be in reusable container. So we made a good deal with them, with the service provider that we already have on market, and we made it as a first selection. So when they ordered, it was their first selection was reusable container, and of course when they didn't want it, if they still wanted the single use, they could still do it. But anyways, the first option was a reusable container, which was a really good
And do you have the information how much this raised, the reusable container? Was there an effect from that?
Well, the effect was not maybe as high as we expected. That this shows actually that the performers, they were full of food. They didn't order that much. They were satisfied with the food they were offered during the event. But yeah, I would say like 10% was ordered in reusable, more than normally.
And this is really by business dialogue. So the city talks to the takeaway food service companies and says that, okay, in these schools there should be these return machines, and then all the singers, these 30,000 all over Estonia coming, and it created an incentive. I see both deputy mayors of Swedish town and Greek town typing very carefully. This
Making
is something.
notes, very good.
Yes, and this is the Estonian approach of very close stepping to people. You would never do that in Sweden, and step so close to the consumer choice itself. Thank you very much, Lina. I think this was a very good example of a very, very motivated city, municipality trying to influence the procurement and the suppliers. Thank you. And now I have a special piece of mental chocolate to you all. Nearly all of you here are from public institutions, some researchers, think tanks. We have the other example from frontrunner city Copenhagen, but it's not the municipality who issues the procurement. No, it's the service provider who had to make the bid on the crazy procurement criteria and then had to fulfill or to negotiate the contract, which these crazy guys from Copenhagen, they are also very enthusiastic, but they couldn't come and propose that you would come because you are the one who had to fulfill the procurement criteria. Anders Barshow from the New Loop, the system of return machines on public space, downtown Copenhagen. Very, very fresh, super example from the Change Now project. Anders.
Thank you so much. I think that's a first for me being called a piece of mental chocolate, but I'll take that as a compliment. So yeah, that's fine. In procurement, a lot of what you're working with is basically trying to move, things, trying to move impact. But procuring, sometimes goes on lighting, it goes on buildings. It can be hard for the people, the citizens, to really understand what you're doing. So here comes an artifact that's a little bit more visible to everybody. So when you ban, as Line said before, single use, it's way more visible to the public that changes are happening. And basically, that's what I want to go through here. So just to set the scene, and this was already said by Line, but this is just the local scene in Copenhagen. So 300 million single-use cups are being used every year in public spaces in Denmark. And that's basically what we're trying to get rid of. And in procurement, there's a lot of money saved in this as well, because a lot of trade, a lot of transactions, you purchasing clothes, used to be happening in cities. Now these stores are closed because it moves online. And when a store closes, an F&B unit opens. And these F&B units often have takeaway food. And this creates a lot of trash. So in Copenhagen and in all the Western world, this is a problem that's just on a rise. It's gonna require for you to put up more trash cans or dealing with the waste in other ways. And this will require people as well to empty them. So there's a lot of cost in this. And we can remove some of that cost by reusing things instead. This is basically what was outlined by the city of Copenhagen. They required for us to basically build a system, and this is the tender material. It needed to be an open deposit system, so everybody would be able to bring back a deposit. So if a cup was left behind, then it would have value to somebody else so that they could bring it back into the system. The other version is a library version, where you basically register your purchase to your credit card, and then you have to deliver it back. And if you don't deliver it back, then you'll get a fine. This doesn't really incentivize any others to bring back packaging into the system. So that was the first requirement. Then they wanted an agnostic platform, so basically so that everybody else could be part of the system as well. So we as a system provider should build something that would enable others to be part of it as well. So basically other companies as well should be able to use our return vending machines. Further, they wanted it to be a flexible deposit system. We were not allowed to go on the electrical grid in the city. So that gave us quite some challenges. But this was one of the things that they asked us to fix. And then they offered in return access to support funding. Basically we could apply, or the city's F&B units could apply for some funds to enter the system. So that's part of the package as well. And then last but not least, we of course were required to give a lot of reporting on return rates and basically on impact overall. So how did we do this? Well, we are a company that basically does reusable packaging. We're a platform-based company, so we have a digital platform where you can interact with our brand and scan the packagings. And then we offer the full system behind that. So logistics and return machines and washing, of course, and basically bringing the product back to market after it's been quality checked. We have different packagings, and this is one of the key things. So we're an impact company, and when you bring a reusable product to the market, if it doesn't come back, you haven't done anything better, because a reusable product often comes with more weight and more material. So if it doesn't come back into the system, then you should have just used a single-use one, because that has a lower impact due to the lower weight. But we knew that this was going to be a challenge, because when you're opening a system, even though you have a deposit, you can't really ensure the return rate in an open market. So in order to make sure that we were creating an impact as fast as possible, we chose a different kind of material. So all of our packaging is made from an ISCC Plus certified material that basically derives from used cooking oil, so deep frying oil. So 33% of the material comes from not a fossil source, but from basically something that's been reused. So the material itself is CO2 positive. Now the cups are not CO2 positive because there's molds and there's machinery and stuff like that that comes with a CO2 emission. So they're not 100% positive, but the average reusable cup needs to be washed 6 to 10 times in order to be better than the single-use alternative. Ours only needs to be washed twice. So as long as we have a 50% return rate, we can guarantee that we're making a positive change. And we're an impact company, so that's very key to us. If we don't make a positive change, then we should discontinue what we're doing and change it. And yes, then we have individual QR codes on the tracking so that we can track the products, which was important for the municipality as well. And then to the machines. Now, there were a lot of machines on the market that could solve what we were trying to solve. RFID solutions and bigger machines from Tomra and stuff like that. All kind of heavy machinery that comes with a lot of digital components in it that has a CO2 emission as well. But all of these were requiring to go on the electrical grid because they're quite heavy on their energy consumption. We weren't allowed to connect to that, so we needed to build something else. And basically we thought, well, if we look to parcel lockers, they're running in Finland in January with 2 hours of sun and minus 20 degrees. So if that can work, then we can basically use that technology and rebuild that into something that can work in Copenhagen. We're not as cold and not as dark. So in January, I would say we have 6 hours of sun and maybe only minus 10. But still, we needed something that could work. So basically, our units run on solar cells and a battery. And that's basically all you need. So all of the digital interactions we've basically put onto people's phone. So they have to use their phone, and this is where the scanning happens. This is where the transaction is getting paid out to the credit card that they have registered on their phone. Or if they don't have a credit card registered on their phone, basically they just register it as if they were purchasing something online. And then we can transfer the money, the deposit to that credit card. So that that helped make sure that we were an open system and that everybody could bring back their packagings. If you want, you can try to scan this QR code with your phone. That will open our system, so then you can have a go for it yourself. But we could see that some of the challenges we were having. Now I understand in Tallinn it was pretty easy to get brands on board. It hasn't been as easy in Copenhagen because requiring people to shift from something that's very easy, single use is very easy, and it contains the product's name or the brand's name, turned out to be a little bit harder. So we needed to offer the brand something in return. Now, the machine we have here is the indoor return machine. And when we place that inside a Joe and the Juice or Starbucks or 7-Eleven, then we know that machine is in that store. So scanning the QR code, we can basically version the screen that we're showing at that point. And then we can help build transactions for the company. So for example, for Joe and the Juice, they have an app, and they would love you to have their app. So once you're inside Joe and the Juice and you scan this for the first time, we see which kind of credit card you have on your phone, and we also see if you have Joe and the Juice apps on your phone. And if you don't, then we'll pop up a screen saying, well, download this app. And then Joe and the Juice will give you your next coffee for free. And then, we've built a digital penetration for the brand. So we're offering them something in return for using our system, which is very valuable for them. Yes, and then we talked about the deposit model. This was a requirement from the municipality that we have an open system that basically, as I said, enables everybody to bring back their deposit. I'm just gonna, if we can have the video played, then I'll just take you through how the system works. So basically, when you're purchasing your product, you don't have to register. You don't have to do anything. Basically, you just buy your coffee and you pay 5 krona deposit. So that's about a little less than a euro deposit. Once you're done drinking your coffee the first time, then you may not know of the system, but there's a QR code on all of our packages. You scan it, and then you can see the return of all the return stations in Copenhagen. Then you find the return station that you want to go to. You scan the QR code on the return station, then you register your credit card. Obviously, you have an Apple Pay, which makes it a lot easier. Then you scan the QR code on the packaging, press done, and you close it, and we transfer the deposit. It does require you to take out your phone, so if you're in a less digital society than Denmark, then it can cause some challenges, especially with the older people and people not maybe having a smartphone. But we deal with that by having the sticker, our logo, on all of the shops that are using our products, and then you can have your deposit paid back wherever this sticker is, manually over the counter. So this is the return network in Copenhagen. If you're not known in Copenhagen, then it doesn't really give you anything. But this is basically the city center, and this is a heat map of where all the pedestrians are. So that's where we started out, because that's where we have the biggest impact. This is where a lot of the takeaway is being consumed. The trash can that I showed in the beginning is from this area, and that's a normal picture of a trash can beforehand. So basically, that's the system. We have another municipality coming on board, Frederiksberg. Frederiksberg is basically a municipality within Copenhagen. And yes, I think I'm running out of time. I'm okay, good. Yes, so basically, as I mentioned, the municipality offers some funding as well for all of the F&B units in the city. And what they offered was to basically finance a lot of initiatives to make it more attractive for them. So they can't pay for the packaging because that's regulated by law, but they can pay for the services around the packagings. So a return box for the setup, logistics, onboarding system, a lot of digital awareness campaigns and stuff like that, mentioning the brand's names that we're doing as well. Of course, savings is very key. In a municipality like Copenhagen, more than 300,000 units are used every month. But this is like a starting point that we started out with. And if we only reach 300,000, then we have this mathematics over here. So that creates 3.6 million units a year. And if we have a return rate of 90%, is there a pointer in this? Yep, a return rate of 90%. And a discard of 3%. So whenever a cup comes back, some of them has been stepped on. There's a lipstick that we can't wash off, so there will always be discard. And that, of course, brings down the reuse potential as well. But within this, there's a reuse potential of 7.9. So it's pure mathematics. But if you have a return rate of 90% and a discard of 3, then you'll end up seeing a cup about 8 times again before it's left the system due to somebody not bringing it back or being discarded. And that creates quite some impact. So on CO2, that saves about 300 tons of CO2, and on waste, it saves about 16.5 tons of CO2 of waste. So basically, this is what the system offers. a lot of ESG targets and stuff like that. But of course, we're an impact company, so we're pretty good on that. But I've been asked also to come up with some of the challenges because when this tender was written, we didn't have a system. So the municipality didn't know, how they should go about it. They asked us, and they asked a lot of others what we could see. So one of the changes one of the challenges was that we needed to figure out how we could build a return system that wasn't connected to the electrical grid. So we fixed that, but it limits the amount of things that we can do for people. So it requires people to use their phone, and that for some is a challenge that we need to deal with. So you need to be aware of that when you're writing your tender. What how are the peoples of the city? How are they? How will they react to having something that's not giving them a better service? So Tomra is a competitor of ours. They have a Rolls-Royce system of return stations where you basically just put your credit card on and then they pay the deposit back. That's an amazing thing. It costs 10 times the amount for as our machines. So their machine is about, I can't calculate in euros, but about 20,000 euros, and our machine is about 2,000 euros. So there's a big cost in purchasing a system like that, and with municipalities having to cover a lot of cost, it can be hard to find these funds. Then access to funding is something that really helps bring the companies on board. So if you do a system, having set some money aside that the companies can apply for to be part of the system really helps bringing this to a positive note. I think that's the most or the biggest points that I needed to headline.
Thank you very much, Anders. Thank you. So, for all of you to see, it works, and that's the business side. So he's here for all the event and until tomorrow. So those of you who want to know more, you took a lot of photos. Talk to him. Okay, thank you very much, Anders. And now I would like to go back to the hazardous substances in the construction site. So the reusables was the Change Now project, what we worked on the procurement. Now we look on from the Non-Haz City project on the procurement of construction materials and buildings. And we have, again, a Danish super city, the city of Holbæk in the greater Copenhagen metropolitan area, which has taken the task to think about the hazardousness of building materials and comparing the German and the Swedish assessment systems for the purpose of, in the Non-Haz City project, to link it to your procurement criteria. And I would like to introduce to you Pernille Mosgaard and Sten Schönemann from the Holbæk municipality. They went through a long pathway to really compare that and to translate into procurement. And I understand your mayor is with you somewhere in between a screen, but due to elections in Denmark, we were lacking a little bit all the Danish mayors. Of course, they all wanted to come, but, elections. Sten and Pernille.
Yes, I'll start out by, thank you. I'll start out by giving my regards from, the regards of the mayor of Holbæk, Christina Hansen. She, like Heidrun said, the elections have kept her away from the Green Governance Day, and until Friday afternoon, she thought she would be on a video, but that also did not happen because the negotiations for a new city council was kind of hectic. So bear with me. I'm here. She's there. There's a picture. Yeah, that's how she would have. That's what she looks like. With a So I've promised to give her thanks for the invitation and to say sorry she can't be here, but shortly present some points. Mayor believes that it is critical that we understand how important construction business is, not only related to the carbon footprint of new buildings, but also when it comes to the use of hazardous materials. Construction has a very large impact on the environment, both for nature itself and for us as human beings. When you visit any largest city in Europe, or indeed the world, you always see cranes and construction in progress, also outside the doors of here. We live in a time where new constructions are always underway somewhere. So if we learn how to reduce the use of hazardous materials in constructions and the reusable building materials much more than today, then there's great potential to make construction much more sustainable. We owe it to our children to make this effort, and sustainable progress can be made if we share our findings and join our efforts. The future can be sustainable if we have the will and determination to learn and to change as we move forward. Christina hopes you will have a fantastic Green Governance Day. Thank you. And with that, I'll give the word to Pernille.
Thank you, Sten. My name is Pernille. I'm a sustainability coordinator in the construction department of Holbæk municipality. I am not a procurement specialist in any way, but I'm trying here to give some points in that regards. But just to get a feel of, now we've just seen Copenhagen and a great map. I don't have a map of Holbæk with me today, but Holbæk is situated about an hour drive from Copenhagen and has approximately 75,000 citizens. So a medium-sized municipality in Denmark. I have been asked by Heidrun to share our practical learnings from participating in the Non-Haz City 3 project by piloting solutions on a construction project, and how we compared and analyzed national and certification criteria for hazardous substances in building materials, and linking these to procurement strategies. So in Holbæk, we piloted Non-Haz City 3 solutions on a kindergarten project. I just took a render of it here. It was a building that we already made and seek the certification DGNB Gold. The certification system is an original German system, but it is highly used in Denmark and has been transferred and fitted into Danish standards. Our goal was to evaluate whether the materials used met strict chemical safety requirements, and to see if a new standard of toxin-free buildings could be in our municipality. Yeah. So just shortly, certification schemes gives us a structural framework for integrating sustainability and chemical safety into construction. They simplify procurement decisions and ensure compliance with environmental efforts. In Holbæk, we require the DGNB certification on all municipal buildings over 1,000 square meters. The certification is takes a more holistic approach. It covers environmental, health, and economical aspects, and includes also some criteria of material health, and such as avoiding substances of very high concern and limiting VOC emissions. So during this project, one really big key challenge was data handling. Before this project, material data often came as scanned receipts, as I tried to put up here. There was no procedure ensuring that the contractors and suppliers met any data requirement beforehand. And through non-HAS CD3, we introduced standards for machine-readable data and quality control processes. So yes, this to ensure accurate comparison of chemical content in the construction materials. We had some, well, we tested the materials, but we are, just to be clear, there's some regulatory barriers sometimes that limits these green alternatives for better construction materials. For example, fire safety requirements. In these cases where no safer substitute exists today, but using this method or database that I will show you, we could logbook, and we could signal the demand for greener solutions to suppliers, creating an incentive for innovation. So this project highlighted the importance of robust data management. We learned that quality control and traceability are essential. Using this Swedish assessment database called Bedömningen, and for the non-Scandinavian project partners was called, called it just BVB. We assessed all the building materials from the kindergarten project in BVB. Here, well, I say we, but I did, and I had a big force in living nearby Sweden and knowing a lot of Swedish language, so it, I could say this was a big advantage for us. Yeah, it's a system that has this traceability, and it has this traffic light system for the materials with a green smiley, just you can see over here, that as recommended, the yellow for accepted, and red to be avoided, the materials. You could hereby understand the level of hazardous substances and make it more transparent in the decision making, and this way making procurement easier. For example, the kindergarten's facades, we used salt impregnated wood and natural materials like wood and linoleum for the indoors. Well, our key outcomes from being in the project and testing the materials is that we will continue to require the DGNB certification on all new municipal buildings over 1,000 square meters. The pilot confirmed that the certification align well with the chemical safety standards, and we will, as well as it also has a huge a focus on CO2 emissions, which is quite strict in Denmark. While we will not adopt the BVB tool permanently, it was a really valuable validation tool, and it was very inspiring for us to work with it. Yeah, and another key lesson was that high quality data is critical for future reuse of material also, and achieving a non-toxin-free buildings. Yeah, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Pernille. So, you know, as a municipality, you have to demand from the construction sector that the data is high quality, it is digital, because otherwise you cannot measure the results from the procurement. So it's not only ambitious criteria for tox-free kindergarten, but you need to enter into the procurement conditions for the performance of the service provider. This is one of the main learnings, yeah?
Yes, yes. Yeah, I don't have any more to,
yeah,
to say
that's
than
it,
yes.
the yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much to Holbeck team. One question. Okay, question. Microphone. Pernille, don't run away.
I want to know, Pernille, what says the DG&B people that you now prefer the BVB?
The German versus Swedish standard in Denmark.
Yeah, well, we haven't been in direct dialogue with the DG&B certification scheme, but I would say that well, this project showed us that that the Danish requirements and also the Holbæk municipality requirements for substances in construction materials was met by the certification already, but with the byggevarebedømningen, it made more clear the level of substances. Yeah. So okay. Yeah.
So you will still have to feed back to the complicated German system. Thank you very much, Pernille. And I would like to go to our last presentation, our last lighthouse. So we are keeping our 15 minutes delay until the end of the day. I hope the lunch will keep hot, but I don't want to interrupt now because we are in such a nice flow. And I would like to invite Vicky Skåre Eriksson, the Deputy Mayor of the Västerås city from Sweden. And you are one of the persons behind. We talk about procurement, about engaged people in the municipalities. But I think we talk about hazardous substances in construction, how to get it out with procurement, or how to green events with procurement. But I think, need also to talk about the politicians. The politicians that stand behind. We always look at your city, Västerås, like, wow, they are implementing this and that and this and that. And then we are always thinking of, what is behind? I think it's persons like you, the Deputy Mayor of Västerås, and your team. Vicky.
Thank you very much. This is the theme for my speech, including criteria on harmful chemicals, circularity and climate aspects into procurement of buildings and construction works in the Swedish municipality of Västerås. That's a picture from Västerås. We're 160,000 citizens. We're the 6th biggest city of Sweden, and we're about 1 hour west of Stockholm. The political governance towards sustainability is also about prioritization, budgeting, and following up. In the beginning of the period, which was in the beginning of end of 2022, we're having an election year next year. We the majority parties agreed on 12 political goals for Västerås municipality for 2024 to 2027, with distinct connection to the global goals in Agenda 2030. And that's what the following budgets are based on. 4 of the 12 goals are directly approaching climate smart and ecological sustainable municipality. You see them here. It's increase the accessibility and availability for walking, cycling, and public transport in the entire municipality. Promote urban greenery and other ecosystem services and increase biological diversity. Create equal opportunities to live sustainably, no matter your family's economy. And also to reduce the fossil dependency in the municipality of Västerås to reach a fossil-free organization by 2030. We also have an agreement with the local businesses community. In June of 2024, the City Council set a climate goal to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions in the geographical area by 2040, with an annual reduction of at least 10% per year. So that includes everyone in the municipality, not only the municipality organization by itself, but also every citizen, all the companies in our municipality. So therefore, we had an agreement, Västerås Climate Cooperation, started with local businesses earlier of this year. There are about 20 member companies so far, and it's growing. The aim of the cooperation is to getting things done. It's not a club for conversation, its action is demanded to join visible climate actions, learn from partners from different industries and companies. Every member company is also obliged to produce a climate accounting every year. And this is, the municipality helped to get it started, but it's now its own organization where the municipality of Västerås is one of the members. And you heard the Holbeck speech just before me. In order to reach the goals, it's important to have tools for sustainable construction. And so this byggvarubedömningen, the construction product assessment, will be used for logging of building products. And as you heard, it's all logged in a digital tool. And using the logbook process. And first of all, log all the products in the project phase to already in this stage know the assessment of the products. And secondly, log all products during the construction phase. Västerås City has strong goals to achieve social, environmental, economic sustainability written in our base goals for the city. But the EU projects, ChemClim Circle 2 and Non-Has City 3, have helped us to implement goals and visions in action. And now we're looking very much forward to the ChemClim Circle 2 and the work that will be done within that project. This is one example of a school that's been extended. This Emos Elementary and Middle School, going from 350 to 750 students, and also including a new indoor sports arena. In building this, we tried to reuse as much products as possible. Floor mats, acoustic tiles, toilets and wash bins, student lockers, heat-treated wood to avoid pesticides in paint, and also, as you see, reused bricks, which is very interesting, and you can also see that they're actually reused. Maybe it was a bit more expensive than just using new ones, but also it's a way of testing what is possible to do. And I think it's also important to see, can we speed it up in even better ways, or reusing the bricks? And that is now open, and so it's been a great success and a great project to follow. We also work with light design for nocturnal wildlife. It's important to put up lights that benefit both human needs and the natural wildlife. We recently replaced lighting of running tracks for the forests. You know, when you go out and run, we've changed that to LED lights, which gives 3 times better lights for exercise trails for humans, but also better lights for the wildlife. And it increases the sense of safety for people using the tracks, especially when it's dark. And it was 50% less energy with LED lights. All power cables were dug down. When it's stormy and trees might fall over, hardly anything happens because the cables are dug down, So it's almost no maintenance of the racing tracks or the running tracks. This is the mountain of Västerås. And it is an old waste dump. We don't really have mountains in our area. We have to go a bit further north. But it's used, now it's a very popular nature and recreational area, both summer and winter. And of course, we have to use artificial snow, which most skiing resorts use. But the problem is that we were making the artificial snow from drinking water. And the drinking water company or facilitator, which is owned by the municipality, 2% of their drinking water was used for artificial snow, which a lot of drinking water waste and also expensive. And also this area around it have problems with high amount of unclean stormwater with heavy rain. So we built a stormwater pond for sustainable artificial snow production for sporting and recreation activities. We it was open in October of this year. So the stormwater comes into the dam through 2 sand filters and then 2 more filters that stops particles and microplastics and then becomes snow. The water in the dam is 5 degrees colder than drinking water. Drinking water is 9 degrees Celsius. The dam is about 4 degrees, so less energy to make the snow. You don't have to cool down the water as much. And faster snowmaking. And also, this helps with the snow marshland during the heavy rains. No unclean stormwater reaches our freshwater lake. And as you see, it's a positive impact on the wildlife of winter season. It's a running track around it. So for the summertime, it will be, it's just about being finished, but it will be a very, very nice place for recreation. So it's an upgraded summer and winter outdoor recreation area for all ages. These were the photos I took from last week. Making snow from the dam. And what usually would take a week or 2 is now so much faster. And what they do also is that they, when the season is over, they collect the snow that is leftovers and they keep it during the summer with insulation over it. So when the season is starting, they use last year's snow as a ground to get it going faster. Yes. And thanks to our cooperation, it's we're very, very pleased to be a part of it.
Thank you very much, Vicky. And the whole team of your city's council or city's government, they all are engaged or convinced about the climate action and the green governance as an important thing. Is that my understanding?
Yes, but some of us are more interested than others. But we have an agreement that this is very important. Also to when budgeting, you can't just talk about it. You need to also make a difference.
Yes. So thank you very much, Vicky Skåre Eriksson, the Deputy Mayor of the Swedish city of Västerås. Always a flagship for green governance. Thank you very much. Thank you all of you for listening. You have deserved a lunch. We have a lunch break of 1 hour, so you will be here exactly at 11 minutes past 2 Lithuanian time. And the lunch is a buffet. It is served at the end, beside the entrance to the left side behind the reception. Yes, the hotel, exactly. We are coming for the lunch. So get up, lunch gets cold. And bon appetit. Okay. So, I hope you all are ready for starting again. The last crowd is still coming. I would like now to invite for a little reflection. You know, conferences where our only presentations are not so modern anymore. The key word is panels. And I have exclusive panelists for you, whom I would like to invite to the podium now to share with me together and among each other a few thoughts about this: why do we need the greener public procurement? How green it is. We heard already about the impacts, the emissions, but I would like a little bit to think with you about future. You three are very advanced thinkers in green public procurement, and that's why I would like to chew these ideas with you. So, our fanatic Kęstutis from the Lithuanian procurement, National Procurement Office, and then I would like to introduce you the real practitioner, Esa Nikkonen, the former director of Helsinki Environmental Services. And we have a newcomer to our fan club whom we found somewhere on the roads in Latvia. Ines Pelcha, she's the chair lady of the new Latvian Association for Sustainable Procurements. Ines. So, one microphone to each of you. One microphone to each of you. The first question, so please take a mic, each of you. The first question to you: what do you personally introduce one word, one sentence about your organization, and what do you in person have to do with green public procurement? Ines, we start with you.
Okay. Dear ladies and gentlemen, and first of all, I really want to thank organizers for give this possibility to participate in green governance, and especially you, Hadrian, for this possibility. But yeah, if I need to talk in one sentence, it's really hard. But I have been working regarding green public procurement in Ministry of Environmental Protection, Regional Development of Latvia, more than 10 years, and now I'm working, as you mentioned, the chairperson on Latvian Sustainable Public Procurement, gives support for municipality and organizers. And my second field is I'm researcher in University of Latvia. Therefore, I involved also in this research area as well.
Very good. Thank you very much, Ines. And the very special thing about Ines is she contacted us and she said she wants to speak and she wants on the podium. I said, we take volunteers on podium, we always take. Yeah. Thank you, Ines, for being here. So you have been structuring the green public procurement in Latvia, in the ministry, and now you are a consultant, a think tank organization to support municipalities on the
organization as well.
Super.
Thank you.
Esa, tell about you and what do you have to do with green public procurement?
Okay, I'm retired now, so I don't have to do almost anything, but I used to be the environment director of City of Helsinki, and during that 10 years period I tried to help the procurement people to make wise decisions, how to avoid hazardous substances, how to avoid emissions to the air, etc. So I think that cities are very important contributors to in this context. They really can reduce emissions, and also in the long term they can save money, because if you are doing good procurement work, you really can in long term save money. I'm sure about that.
Okay, that's important. And Kęstutis, the National Public Procurement Office, what are you doing there actually? I mean, what are you doing there all the day on procurement?
Creating random problems to procurement entities. And yeah, actually, my one of the tasks are supervising sustainable procurement department, which I am seeing in the ground, and basically they everyday task is to lead or like envision what procurements can done to change our behavior and our environment.
Mm. And if we go to our fantastic Lithuanian entry speech this morning, 97% of procurements of public offices are green now within the 2 years. Is it done? That's it? You have nothing to do anymore, or everything is green now?
Very good question. No, then the mission was set to transform public procurement sector, which accounts like 14% of now, our national GDP. So it seems that it's not so simple task, and every day we seek how to improve that, because the question arises from society and from contracting authorities, economic operators, how it can be improved, how it be more precise, and another question: what benefit we can get from procuring green? So it means what environment impact there is, what savings can be done from that. So no, it's not done, and I don't think that it will be done in like foreseeable future, because it's constant improvement.
Mm-hmm. And if you look back to your time, the 10 years in Helsinki, if you watch the procurements that have been done there, where do you see these biggest improvements? So what was the advancement over time?
Yeah, I can see quite big improvement during this 10 years period. In the beginning, it was just a very small percentages of our procurement that took into account these environmental aspects. But now it's about 80% of our procurement is taking these criteria into account. And I'm sure cities can be key drivers in this kind of development. And because we are big buyers, Helsinki has 700,000 inhabitants approximately. And we are using 5 billion euros per year for procurement purposes. And if you are putting strict criteria there, it will change the market. The companies will innovate. They have motivation to make better products in order to win the competitions.
Yeah, thank you. Ines, you are advising on greening the procurement. And if you look back at the last 10 years, where can you see the biggest development of footprints? Are there any, what we in the management level always say, low-hanging fruits? Are there soft measures that are easy in the procurement, and are there very complicated, hard nuts to crack?
Yeah, thank you, Hedron. Yes, starting to prepare these notes for this discussion as well. Of course, I looked for the statistics data in Latvia as well for how we can approve this green public procurement. And regarding it, if we analyze this period when we started in 2014 with food and catering, and then since 2017 we are really proud that we have our Cabinet of Ministers resolution, where we have at this moment 9 mandatory product groups for whom we really need, and it's mandatory to apply these green public procurement requirements. For example, food catering, ICTs, also these cleaning services, and indoor and outdoor lighting as well. And starting from previous year, we have mandatory requirements for construction as well, third group of the buildings, and it's really important aspect. But the question from your side, as you mentioned, what's changed? I think the mindset, and it's all the time when we worked through these green public procurement issues. Then we need to change our mindset. We nowadays looking on only probably on the price aspect, and my question is public procurement as expenditure or is it an investment? And it's really change our mindset to look that we invest in society for health, for, I don't know, for better air quality in schools, in kindergartens, and food, and they'll have will be these benefits in the future. And of course, these long-term thinking that we not focus on this 4-year, this cycle, as I can send this for election, that after every 4 years we have the election. And most of politicians really want these short-term goals. And therefore, we need to change that we think for long-term. And it's also challenging, of course. But yeah, in Latvia, we saw that it's going to the, probably to better way for the understanding. But of course, it's all the time correlated to the budget and our values as well.
But I really like what you said. We have to change the narrative.
Yeah.
We don't need to talk about costs. We need to talk about investment.
Yes.
This is the investment into future and this mindset thing.
Yeah.
I really like what you say because, as I said, I came 30 years ago to the Baltics and there the mindset was different. It was like, it's costly, it's additional work and the change, no will to change. And that's maybe the biggest change in the last 10 years, the mindset change. Would you sign that, Esa, also for Helsinki? Mindset change and Kęstutis for Lithuania?
Yes, I think the mindset has changed. Now all the politicians seems to think that for example, low carbon fleets and buildings is important and we want to be carbon neutral by 2030 in Helsinki, etc. There has been a big change. And I liked very much when Ines said that long-term thinking is important. Last year we published environmental goals of City of Helsinki until year 2040. And they will be renewed every 4 years. But I think it's very important to have the goal quite far away, but some medium goals as well, so that we know where we are aiming at. And that we can, of course, the world is changing during these 15 years, but we can a bit change these targets. But it's very challenging one, and I was very pleased when our mayor, when we first presented this draft to him, said that it's okay, but are you sure it's challenging enough? And I said, oh, I can take it, and then we put it a bit more challenging. But I think that's good.
The mindset change, also an issue in Lithuania.
Yes, but I want to elaborate more on mindset change. You know, we are focusing on mindset change. Should we go green or not go green? But the mindset changes also in procurement. How we approach, we talk about more spending, but is it always necessary more spending? If we approach, if we deploy public procurement in different way, not just comparing the prices, but compare the like certain criterias, or if we try to assess the life cycle cost of the product group, so it not necessarily only be more expensive throughout the years or longevity of the products or product groups and categories. So the mindset change also how you approach the procurements. So it also helps to combat those ghosts of bigger prices.
But price is always the hidden threat in the back of you when you promote sustainable or green procurement. Is that so? That you always think you need to find against the money killing argument, or not so much?
I think not so much. If you have strict criteria in our competition that we are showing to companies that you should fulfill these criteria, and of course after we get the proposals, then we look at the price. Then we usually choose the most cheapest one. But if it fulfills all our criteria, then it's okay, I think.
It always helps to give life examples, and you question like, do you want to feed your children at the lowest price or quality food? You know, so it can always help you to certain aspects. Then you answer critical questions and how you approach them.
Yeah, I think that the same, because we really understand what are our values. And from this perspective, the question is not the only lowest price, but of course, do we give support for sustainability? As Kęstutis mentioned, for example, better health for our children in kindergartens, for food and catering, I don't know, for air quality, what kind of materials we use in construction site, etc. And this is also to understand these benefits in future. Therefore, if we have really good qualitative food at this moment, I think that for future, the children would be better health, and we can reduce health costs as well. And we need to look on this perspective wider, I think, and not only on this lower price aspect. But in Latvia, of course, we have detailed criteria. If we are talking on green public procurement, then detailed criteria, what we include in technical specification, then award criteria as well, and how it's go through this agreement aspect as well. And I really think that for us it's important to measure and to control that we really get this greener product and better solution. Yeah.
And do you have an idea what exactly you need to measure to get the greener solution? I'm always asking very provocatively. I'm always asking Kęstutis, you say 90% or whatever is green purchase. I said, but what is green in it?
Yeah, we have a lot of criteria. For example, for food and catering, we have in technical specification that we mandatory need to include national product schemes as well, and there is I think 45% from all these product types, and also for organic food. And then criteria as well for short supply chains. We measure these distances and therefore low CO2 emissions and etc. And of course, when we get this agreement, then we go through these all invoices, and we need to sum up all these percent. It's only example for food and catering. For example, for another groups, of course, there are certification as well. Then is one of the how you can measure or buildings. We also measure this energy efficiency and also air quality. For example, for 4 weeks after this construction ends. Yes, and there are a lot of criteria.
Okay, if you think about the public administration, cities, regional, national authorities, they are heavy bodies. They are, yes, this is the biggest purchasing power, but they are heavy bodies to implement that. Where is the biggest challenge to move these people all? You are the front runners, but to move these people. And when I'm talking to potential partners of my projects, then they say, oh, we are in Hamburg. I can say in Hamburg, there's nobody from Hamburg here. I couldn't get my senator. She is very busy, very new. So I was talking in one of the 7 municipalities of Hamburg, trying to get them being a partner in the Chem-Klimt Circle project. I talked to the climate manager, the climate department, and to the key procurer, one of the key procurer in all Hamburg, who has the framework contract for public authorities in Hamburg procuring. And they both talked to each other with me and my colleague. We had an online meeting, and I nearly fell from the chair when the lady from the climate office said, yeah, I have never thought that procurement is an issue for climate mitigation. I said, yes, you are building houses energy efficient and you talk about bicycle roads, but what about procurement? And this procurement guy said, yeah, but you know, hydrogen procurement is an administrative process. We don't have so much to do with the environmental criteria. And then at the end, they were thinking both together that, aha, so if we look at the procurement case that's on my table, the climate office should assess how green it is. And at the end, they said, okay, we have understood the project. We will tell you next week if we will be a partner. And then I got the email, sorry, we have no capacities. So, but that was something like does it illustrate the situation? So where is between the procurement decision or the procurement technical people, the environmental managers, and then we have those who want to have the goods, who order. Where is the biggest challenge, or how do we get that into people's mind? Let's do this. You do that every day, getting it into people's mind.
Yes, sometimes forcefully. But I think you said it very correctly, that like the example from Thailand municipality. See, I think the key of success, the most successful stories are behind them. The decision makers makes a decision that we should have a goal to achieve something. And then it transpires through the various departments, also public procurement department, everyone brings something at the table. But the decision is on the top, and we should change our behavior. And then everybody gathers around the table and says, we can do that, we can do that. And I think those stories are the most successful. Otherwise, if everyone separately knows what they can do, but they are not into the contact, there's no final decision to take, it's very hard. Everybody thinks they are doing something, but nobody can benefit from it. So basically, I think the strategy, like sustainability policy in the municipalities, in the companies, so it's the base to achieve the goals, and everybody then just to add.
What do you say about the big monster of public administration?
Yeah, they are quite different in different places. I guess you haven't got a easy task in Hamburg, as I understood. In Helsinki, it's more easy. I must say that the politicians want that city should be quite green, and as I mentioned, we have the environmental targets until 2040, and they're quite strict. So I think every civil servant, at least in principle, tries to achieve those targets, and so it's relatively easy to convince them about that this green procurement is important, and when we give some criteria for them, they usually are pleased and try to use them.
So the Finnish administrator in the public administration, the professional user, so to say, of the goals, is convinced that implementing the green policy by the administration, that's a good thing.
Yes, most of them at least, things like that, yeah. Of course, individuals are different, but...
The individual Homo phenicus in the forest, I know my neighbors in the cottage, and the plastic bottles, it's something else. But the administration, and I think that's something really important. We are talking so often about the Scandinavian models. As a German, have been living in Baltics for 20 years, I see there is a difference in the Nordic countries, the self-understanding of public administration managers who are much more convinced about this green governance goals. And that's something remarkable, I think, in the Baltic Sea region. So how is it in Latvia, the monsters of the public administration? Where is the easy, where are the low-hanging fruits, where to convince, and where is it difficult to convince, Ines?
Thank you, yeah. I think that it's all the time for all stakeholders understanding why it's necessary. Of course, we can analyze the bottom-up or bottom-down this perspective, but I agree with Kęstutis and also that it's really important what are our big aims, and starting from governance level, and then of course for cities and procurement specialists, that everyone really understand that his role is really necessary and important, and to understand these green public procurement benefits as well. And in Latvia, we also have these good experiences, and for example, in Riga now they established a circular plan, circular economy plan, and we have also these examples, yes, how we can measure it, and then what are we planning, and I also want to add that. We heard in a Tallinn experience about this a dance festival, but in Riga as well. In this year, summer, we had Latvian school-owned song and dance festival with more than 35,000 of children, and this was really important aspect that the organizers mentioned about the sustainable development, and they saw the strategic view. And the aims are less energy, optimized transport, catering, seasonal, fair trade, and also for reusable dishes. And this aspect is that we really need to understand why we do it, and the aim and understanding, I think, for everyone who is involved, because probably sometimes procurement specialists know, but person who made this technical specification, I don't know, from schools and etc., they also need to understand why it's necessary. Yeah. And therefore, I really love this Nordic countries approach that everyone is involved and everyone understand what they give for this.
Yeah, every manager.
Yeah, every manager who is involved, they really understand why it's necessary, yes. Why I need check out these invoices, and why I need to understand is it product fit for this technical specification, because this procurement not ends on this moment when we sign agreement.
Yes, yes, that's right. That's right. Let's look at the other side, those who provide the services and the goods, the businesses, the industry, the service suppliers. Politicians are always afraid that the business will not like them when they make strict environmental rules. The business always says, oh, we are more advanced than you can even think. And administrators are afraid to implement ambitious policy goals, because then they say, oh, there will be no market and there will be no offers. What is your experience with the other side, with the service providers and the suppliers? Are they ready for green public procurement? Are they negative? What feedback you are facing or you were facing in the public institutions, or what do you observe now at the moment? Is the market ready? Not everybody is so advanced as our Danish service provider, so.
I think it, of course, depends on the criteria that we are putting. If they are too strict, then they are not able to fulfill them, but we have to put them stricter and stricter little by little. So I think that when the demand for green products increases, then it's good for market, and many companies are ready to innovate new products that can fulfill these criteria, especially if you are a big buyer, then, for example, in the case of Helsinki. And of course, we could perhaps do this kind of procurement together with other cities, so to make it even bigger. And so it's more interesting for many even bigger companies to try to innovate and fulfill this criteria.
So if the market volume raises,
yes,
it will be the important thing. Okay, what do you say? Are they throwing darts at you, or do you think that the business is really ready in Lithuania for the 99%?
Darts, no. But the key, I think, is to communicate. And actually, the biggest challenges is, in the papers. Then the requirement is set in the paper. You need to explain what you expect them to do. And what does it mean? Because finally at the end, we are in administrative procedure. So it means that it involves certain requirements and they must be addressed. the biggest challenges I think suppliers face is to interpret it and understand what it's written. And as a suppliers, as a businesses, they are ready to provide you the solutions because especially in, I think, Baltic countries, we are quite small markets here. So we have to give them time to prepare. We have to explain that what it's being expected from them, and they just return with the solution. So I don't think that now, yes, in the beginning it was a huge shock and challenge, but now it's just adjustments. You know, you explain what you expect, and you can receive, or even surprise. You are surprised by economic operators that what they can offer, it's even beyond what you required. So
yes.
that dialogue is the most important to success, I think, in this place.
How is it in Latvia from your perspective, Ines?
Yeah, I can only add and agree with that I think the main aspect, of course, is communication, because we really need to understand, do the market is ready? We need to dialogue with them and give this conversation and what we really want, and probably the market can give more than expected. And therefore, one really good sentence from previous week, I had this opportunity to trainings on innovative procurement in Vienna, and one of the speakers, Samira Busetta, she mentioned that if we really want innovative procurement, then the most dangerous moment is when you say we are doing everything as we always have. And that's the main idea. We need to change our, I don't know, practices, and then we can show these different results. And also one question is, do we want to buy a chair, or do we need to buy seat place? And this is also a really different moment. Do we need really detailed technical specification, or do we understand what we really need?
Yeah.
And this is also how detailed we give these requirements and technical specification. And probably if we take these really detailed, then we do not have these innovations from the market side. And therefore communication, and I think that not so detailed technical specification as well, that we talk to innovation.
And to renew the wording, the purposefulness, instead of the exact material.
Yes.
I think these are really good points. Yes, we do have in our Camp Klimt Circle project actually one activity which is about market dialogue, learning market dialogue for our participating municipality and practicing it.
Yeah.
So we will think at it also from the systemic point of view. To conclude this little panel, I am not so sure, do I want to be very provocative, but no, let's say something about these mass events. This song festival, Mystics, I'm not so sure if you have a Finnish song festival, but you also have huge events, and also Lithuania has song festivals. This is something where big crowds, in Germany it would be the football, and they tried with the European Championship, was big deals, there are big discussions, can the public viewing be with the renewable dishes and so on. So that were the preconditions given. Why these huge events are so easy to make reuse models? I have the provocative idea that this is a measure, it's a soft measure, it's not so much investment measure, and it doesn't cost the municipality who is making the tender to the operator of the festival, obviously. I mean, you are not buying you are not washing the dishes yourself. So there is the municipality, it makes an operational tender, it puts in the criteria, and the operator gives it further to have the reusable dishes. And for the consumer, it is also easy to swallow because he or she has nothing to do. You go to the event, yes, okay, you get a reusable, you pay a deposit, you get it back. It doesn't hurt you. It doesn't at all make you change anything at home. So it is somehow a comfort zone, but a very charismatic, which makes a lot of noise. Or is this too much provocation? You look so shocked at me. But everybody loves these public events. But it's very easy. It doesn't cost the visitor any private inconvenience. You go there, you get your dishes, okay, you give them back, you get the money back. Maybe the queue is a bit longer. You do something good for the environment, but you still don't have to change anything. You go home and order the takeaway food from Bolt or Volt or whatsoever with single-use packaging. So why are they so good examples?
No, there is in Lithuania also the examples and the organizers of the big concerts. It's not like municipality events, but the organizers of the big concerts, they already see the benefits of deposit cups because they don't need to pay for removing the trash after the concert. So, you know, it's cost effective way. But, and it's the example where you need only to change the mindset, to think a little bit out of the box, and it's nothing that you mentioned exactly, that it's nothing what costs more as an event, because people leave the deposit and their own choices if they want to return the deposit. So it's just, I think it's simple mindset change.
And it doesn't hurt anybody.
For sure, it doesn't hurt the environment.
Yeah, and the waste reduction is of course important, and it's also a question of saving of money in the long term. So I think I fully agree with you. We should move rapidly to that direction in all big events.
Yeah, and also I think that from communication side as well, as person of society, we really understand that we can together solve this waste problem. We can reduce this plastic pollution, for example, and I think it's to better understand everyone why it's necessary and why it's important. Yeah, and how we can together.
But I think that the most important message is that transition should be like on deposit. You know, we have in EU regulation now single use of plastics is forbidden, but still we have wooden forks, paper plates. It's trash. It's rubbish which goes everywhere, and somehow we think in our minds that the problem is solved already. But it's not. It's still rubbish.
Yeah, but therefore I think that we can go to the next steps as well and change our mindset. Yes,
exactly. Let's go to the next step. We will do another deep dive thinking. Thank you very much, Ines, Esa, and Kestutis, for sharing your ideas here. And now we go to the next level of mental chocolate. This is already not just a piece of mental chocolate. That's a whole chocolate bar, what I have to offer you now. A big box of chocolate bars. And this is our approach in the Chem-Klimt Circle project. This is the new project that has started in March from the Interreg, financed by the Interreg. And we are a group of 45 entities, partners and associates who want to learn, to practice, to implement and advance our vision of integrating chemicals, circularity and climate aspects into procurement. We had a small project before where we tested it, where we had with Stockholm and two very small towns, Smiltene in Latvia and Tauragė in Lithuania. They were the testers. In many languages, it's a testing rabbit, but in English, it's called the guinea pig. So we had guinea pigs, a big guinea pig of Stockholm and two very small guinea pigs, Tauragė and Smiltene. We found it an attractive approach, and we applied a large project. And we have indeed 13 partners that are municipality or regional entity, and we have another 15 municipalities which are so-called follower municipalities associated to the project. So 30 public authorities. I think that's the absolute maximum that ever have been in an Interreg consortium. And we want to advance the green public procurement by making it more specific on this thinking about what's the chemical circularity and climate aspect in it. And we have now prepared a set of presentations for you, where Anne Lagerqvist from the Stockholm Environmental Department, also the Chemicals Unit that has been the last 3 days here already dancing on the podium, very advanced thinkers. And Anne is, so to say, the mother of the ChemClim Circle approach. She has prepared a matrix of assessment. We call it Anne's matrix. We have to give it another name when we go more public. So, but today it's still Anne's matrix because we are family here. So, Anne, the ChemClim Circle concept for advancing green public procurement. Please give us the introduction, and then we do a deep dive in the environmental impact assessment thinking. Anne.
Okay, thank you for having me here and for the nice introduction, Heidrun. Is this working? Yeah, okay, good. So my name is Anne and I'm from the city of Stockholm, something called the Chemical Center, which is a support function for the whole municipality when it comes to issues concerning chemicals in both articles and materials and products.
Is it loud enough? Do you hear? Yes. Okay.
Yes, okay. Yeah, so I'm going to talk a bit more about this ChemClim Circle concept for advancing green public procurement. And a lot of what I'm going to talk about has already been said a bit in this panel and earlier during the day, but I will have a short summary of what the ChemClim Circle concept is. So for sustainable procurement, there are of course also other areas, and the ChemClim Circle concept is a part of that. I don't know if this one's working, but and then we also have the social sustainability and economic sustainability, of course. But the chemicals, climate, and circularity is what we want to integrate into the procurement processes within our project. So for the small project, we started working on this approach, the ChemClim Circle approach, and now we're developing it further in the large project. And what we want to do is not to see the sustainability issues in silos, like one by one, but utilizing synergies and avoiding conflicts by the 3 Cs by considering them all together. Yes, so this has to be a part of both the policy integration, like we need political goals and goals for the whole municipality, which take this into consideration. And this has to go through on the governance levels, strategic, organizational, and operational level, so that we can implement the ChemClim Circle approach in practice when we do our actual procurements and set the criteria. Yeah, so included in this can also be setting up a monitoring system to see that we're actually integrating the 3 and doing it in the most beneficial way. So yes, in order to do this, we need a strategic framework with clear objectives and targets. We need organizational resources, including staff and time. And we also need the understanding of how this approach works and how to integrate these 3 sustainability issues and even more sustainability issues as we go along into the actual procurement processes. So, yes, so the ChemClim Circle approach to procurement encompasses everything from needs and market analysis. As we heard here in the panel, these 2 are very important steps of the procurement, to know what we need and to know what the market can supply and what level of sustainability the market has to offer in whatever we want to procure. So we set the criteria, but one more very important step is to follow up during the contract period, to do an evaluation and transfer of experience into the next procurement period. Because then we can constantly enhance our 3 Cs and get even more sustainable options in the next contract. So everything is sort of a circle. It doesn't end, it continues, it's not linear, and one should always use the experiences from the previous procedure into the next procurement procedure. To make it a bit more complex, this is an eternity symbol, which has been seen here a couple of times today already. But it illustrates that it's not only the procurement. The procurement is one small part here, but there's also the actual purchasing part and the use of products, articles, and materials in the operative units or in a construction project and so on. Like how do we use things, and how do they then again become resources when we have stopped using them? They shouldn't become waste, or as little as possible should become waste, so we can then cycle it through again and procure our own materials once more, sort of. So this is what this eternity symbol tries to illustrate. One part of it is the procurement, which is also a small circle within this one, and then all the other ones, all the other parts here should go into that planning of the procurement. And one idea which we had in the small ChemClean Circle, the first project, is to have a coordination of the work by a function in the organization, like a person or two who overlooks this and sees to the implementation of the integration of these 3 sustainability issues. Yes, I think that was my sort of quick go-through for the ChemClean Circle approach. Is there anything which you would like me to add, Heidrun?
Yes, I wanted you to tell about the Chem and the Clim and the Circle aspects which you invented. What is it so different from green public procurement?
Maybe it's not a difference, but it's more of having the understanding of how the 3 go together. Like if we get something to be more circular, we might also have a positive or beneficial climate aspect, not using newly produced materials and so on. And if we also have the chemicals sorted out before that, we can have a circularity which is free of hazardous chemicals. I think that's
Can you give some example? Or some products or services? I think it's still a bit abstract. There's expectations in silence.
Yeah, so, okay, for example, if we, for flooring materials, set chemical criteria that there shouldn't be any hormonally disruptant chemicals which have been present before, the phthalates, if we set that as a criteria, then when this flooring material comes to sort of end of life, then maybe it can be reused because we don't have the hazardous chemicals. And if it's reused, we don't need to use new oil in that example to produce new material, but we can use our old fossil resource once more. Not, you know, so less fossil material used is a climate benefit. And we enable the circularity by having less hazardous substances or no hazardous substances in the materials.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, Anne. And this is the intro, and we will follow by more detailed presentations. So thank you very much, Anne, for putting up the model. And now I would like to ask Eva and Dennis to come to the front. Where is? You're already here. Okay, so now we have our two experts, Eva Marcevičiūtė from the consulting company MC Baltics. She is leading a very important activity in this project where we are trying to propose an assessment scheme that is fulfilling the needs of the public authorities to tell to their politicians how environmental friendly, how green this climate circle procurement is. And we have had long discussions. Can we provide more than just energy efficient CO2 savings? That's what everybody is doing. That's the first things that you all guys know. But we have the ambition to also give environmental indicators that say something about the environmental impact on the circularity and the tox-free thinking, and that have an economic dimension. And this is what Eva from MC Baltic, and then Denise, the senior economist from Gentofte municipality, our guru on economics in that team, what they will try to give you for a little deep dive. And don't be shy to ask questions afterwards. So when keep them, note your questions, and then we will have a little discussion. So Eva, the floor is yours, and the title is Making Procurement a Real Driver of Change.
First of all, good afternoon, everyone, and it's nice to see audience that is still so engaged and awake. As from here on the top, it's quite visible that you are holding up really well for someone attending a full-day conference. And to speak a bit, why is procurement a driver for a change? Because it sounds like a nice slogan, but as a consultant and as a researcher, I like to use a bit more of facts. I don't know if you are aware, but in EU, public procurement constitutes 2 trillion annually. So trillion is a number with 12 zeros, and it's somewhere between 13.6 and 14% of total EU GDP. So it makes public procurement incredibly powerful economic sector. And the estimate is that we have around 250,000 public authorities that are purchasing services. So the quantity and the volume of public procurement is sufficient to really make an impact in any of these subsectors that usually are covered by the public service. And being the largest market in EU economy, we can influence innovation, we can influence change, and we can experiment on new requirements to change the market behavior towards the positive side of creating this impact that we are looking for. And EU recognizes this power of public procurement, and already in the latest policies and strategic documents, we see more and more relation between what is assigned as responsibility and impact areas for the public organizations and for the design of the public procurement. So we see that all the categories, goods, services, and works, which is how commonly public procurement is described, throughout the whole life cycle, is affected by different policy measures and contributing to the overall EU sustainability goals. EU sustainability goals are working in different directions and towards different pillars, but that would be not very realistic to cover in a project that is just 3 years long. So we are focusing on some of the most impactful pillars that are also of particular relevance for the Baltic Sea region. So you've heard these 3 words a lot of times today, but what do we mean when we speak about chemicals? It's eliminating harmful chemicals in the supply chains, materials, and construction projects. It comes as a surprise still to quite a lot of people where chemicals might be still present. Somehow as a regular citizen, you assume that we are in a safe environment and everything is so well regulated that we are no longer exposed. But unfortunately, that is not yet true, and there is still a lot of work to be done. Circularity has been already a term for more than a decade familiar to even those outside of the topic. But when we speak about it, we need to think about resource efficiency, how we can reuse materials or reuse items, minimize waste, and how we can apply it in procurement. This is perhaps the most ambitious or the most new approach for the public procurement, as it's quite often associated with getting something new, getting something at a large scale. And those cases where circularity has been demonstrated, they become success story and of major interest to everyone. So it's clearly has potential for replication, but so far it has been still quite an innovation. Climate in public procurement perhaps is one of the a bit better defined for some categories like construction and transport, where already there's dozens of different calculation methodologies and descriptions for the carbon accounting at different levels, how accurate you might be with this. However, it's still a major challenge precisely due to the reason that there are so many approaches how you can estimate, and they are of quite different difficulty and requiring different level of skill and knowledge. So if green public procurement is such a good tool and so impactful, and there are so many organizations, so why haven't we already resolved this challenge? Seems like it should have been green forever ago. EU has released some policies, we should be fine. But no, in reality, EU, despite being a union, we are still 27 unique snowflakes, and each of us has a layer of local regulation that is not necessarily aligned with other countries. So even in the region, like the Baltic Sea region is not so huge, but even between the Baltic states, when we are talking to Estonians, or if we are talking to Finns, like, wow, your regulation allows this and your regulation does not regulate that. How can it be? How is it possible? How do you function as a country without falling apart, without this critical regulation? So still, we are very unique, and especially when it comes to environmental assessment methodologies, that someone might have a similar objective, but will have completely different methodology or calculator or supporting tools. And that is even applicable to the ones have been formalized and recognized as official tools. We also have quite significant gaps with data availability. We are somewhat good at tracking European supply chains. However, when it comes to outside of EU supply chain parts, or supply chains even that are across multiple countries in EU, suddenly we realize that again, we have to rely on paper as data exchange infrastructure for international, like this cross-border exchange is still in surprisingly rudimentary stages. And that again is a bit because of the fragmentation, as methodologies are not fully aligned, the indicators are not fully aligned due to the costs of the implementation, and just to the maintenance of the infrastructure itself. And we still have a lot of discussions with the environmental impact assessment. What precisely is green? For example, this green taxonomy, where we needed like hundreds of pages to just explain what green investment really is. That is like very good example of this, how complex the question is. And when it comes to procurement, it's quite commonly a question. So were you really ambitious and green with the procurement, or is something just mandatory and you simply cannot no longer legally buy in the market goods that do not meet these green criteria? So perhaps you are slightly exaggerating some of your effort. And with the monitoring, we have a whole activity in the project related just to the monitoring, because otherwise we are operating on assumptions. So we heard that building, environmentally friendly building, was just 5% more expensive than it would have been with regular construction. Austrians also did a study that has proven that at the scale of the whole public procurement sector, it became only 10%. Well, only, of course, is it's subjective if it's only or not only, but it was around 10% more expensive to do green public procurement compared to the regular one. So perhaps the cost is not so great, but if we do not monitor, we assume that it's very difficult and it's very expensive. So that's why in the project we are dedicating a lot of attention to aligning concepts and to monitoring. And why we believe that now is the perfect time to really start working on the green public procurement is because of the policy maturity, that there's recognition that we must take effort, and already more structured approach how to take effort. We already see a clear need from the market. So if you Google like construction impact assessment, you will get like 10 methodologies, which clearly shows that there is a need, and individual countries or sectors started inventing their own methodologies. And another beautiful thing is regional momentum. So recently we have been cooperating more and more in the Baltic Sea region, and we recognize similarities, similar objectives and values that we can use to further align this and formalize it a bit in the public procurement. So when we are speaking about formalizing it, so we have like this ABC of CCC just to understand what exactly is each type of the impact. So when we are talking about chemicals, it's first of all understanding which chemicals are considered hazardous, and second of all understanding where exactly they might be present. And the strategy in green public procurement usually is completely banning some materials or requesting certificates that are proving either a certain quantity of undesired substances or that they are completely not present. Typically, it's measured in percentage how much you have reduced hazardous materials. So it means that you would have to know the composition of what you are procuring and the amount, how much was procured, to accurately measure impact. There might be like other approaches, but the most typical one is that you measure quantity in kilograms or tons, depending on the volume, and by what percentage were you able to reduce. In climate, it's a bit more complex with the emissions, because in some cases it's just CO2, but in other cases there are also other greenhouse gases plus emissions that are not considered greenhouse gas. However, they are harmful for the environment and for people. So again, even aligning what exactly do you consider emissions is the first step. We have scopes 1, 2, and 3. We will not speak about them too much today, but that is accounting for emissions that you yourself as an organization create, emissions coming from your activities and from what you are purchasing. So understanding in which scope you have the most emissions and where you could focus. And carbon intensity is this very high level, like perhaps a first step that it's quite typical in the transport sector, how much CO2 you are emitting, for example, per 1,000 kilometers driven, or how much CO2 your organization is releasing per 1,000 euros earned. So there are different approaches to intensity, but again, it's by type of organization. In green public procurement, it's quite typical to add criteria for those categories that create emissions. What is the maximum volume allowed? What are the restrictions? For supplier behavior, how they are organizing their operation, what equipment, what vehicles they are using, and renewable transition, which is not an easy answer, as energy sources really are different in each of the countries, and in some countries renewable energy will be much more accessible, and again it will be, if it's 100% renewable, it's not like you are making a lot of effort to transition, but in countries where you have to, for example, sign up to a specific service provider who can ensure renewable energy, it will be much more effort and much more significant step towards reducing climate impact. And approaches how to measure is either CO2 avoided or reducing compared to your baseline if you know what your emissions are already. And circularity, again, it's a pretty interesting one, as for different items, it will be slightly different. So it's like take-back rates, how many of the items you can return, or what amount of materials you are able to reuse again, how many times you are able to reuse, and what waste you were able to prevent. There are quite interesting strategies how circularity is ensured. So it's by purchasing more products as services, by implementing public and private partnership models, assigning specific criteria that, for example, the item has certain percentage of recycled plastic, and recovery targets, how many materials you expect to get at the end of the life cycle. And that's why it's fairly difficult also to measure in tons, which indicates that you need to be quite aware what and how much you are procuring. And for the impactful impact assessment that is actually green and not only green on paper, first of all, you need to be aware where you stand at the moment, because otherwise it's just a declaration that I was able to decrease, or that I know what is it that I'm doing. Second layer is already choosing criteria that allow you to compare yourselves to similar organizations, or even to compare between your own procurement, like comparing apples to apples. I think you've heard this saying a lot of times. Establishing approaches, how you understand the full supply chain, like where my goods are coming from, how they are transported, how do you dispose of them at the end of life. And the final is monitoring, that you don't only do it once, but you have a system to make sure that it works. And now let's do a small exercise. I think you were not super engaged today, so you shouldn't be tired. With the assessment maturity, where do you feel you are? So now I will read the categories, and let's do some hand raising. So ad hoc is that sometimes we do it if it's convenient. Is there anyone in this category? Okay, so we are already at least at second level. So repeatable means that for some categories, you already have a standard approach and you are repeating it, but just for some categories. Do we have anyone in level 2? Okay, so we have a corner that you can consult if you are curious how to implement it. And optimized, which is fairly ambitious, but seems like most of us are already at least an optimized, multi-pillar integration and supplier data systems, which means that you can connect different activities and understand impact coming from them, and you already have somewhat automated data exchange with suppliers. Nice. So we have on the left a lot of already quite advanced organizations, and the final, integrated, that means that the data is pretty much automatically exchanged, and you can do even model. It's such amount of data and such accuracy that you can do modeling, but by changing this behavior, we would achieve this impact. So do we have anyone with such data quality? Perhaps not, but it's already a quite nice amount of people who were able to reach the optimized. Yeah, on the barriers, since we are out of time, data gaps, as I said, either because data belongs to someone else and we have no system how to exchange it, or because it's difficult to collect it. Supplier costs, it's not so easy and not so quick to roll out it on the other side as well, because if you already have the methodology and knowledge, doesn't mean that it's universal to everyone. And also attributing the measurements, like how do we decide that we made an impact? If it's a multi-pillar impact, how do we distribute it? And how do we account from different projects that it's contributing to the common goal? Yeah, that is all that I wanted to share with you today. And Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Eva, don't run away. Maybe you just sit here, because I could imagine that afterwards are some questions. Are there any immediate clarification questions? Not yet. We go a step further. Dennis Liesberg from Gentofte municipality, again a Danish. We have this agglomeration of Danish people here today on the podium. Dennis, advancing green public procurement for future. You are our man for the future,
Yes.
and you have this economic thinking.
Well, we shall see. At least I have an idea. Let me see if I can. Yeah. Here to tell a little bit about how we can perhaps look into the future and see how if we can make it more a holistic approach to how we assess the sustainability. And as what Eva was mentioning is that, well, we need some data to be data-driven and to be informed in our decisions, and that's a key thing. And what we can expect from the Green Deal and what happened in that commission period is a lot of regulation, a lot of directives that had come out that will give us data in the future. So we can expect to see more data coming, which is great. And it's not only on climate. The Green Deal has a lot of ambition. It is, of course, on clean energy and climate, but it's also on pollution. It's about preserving the nature and biodiversity, and it's also about having healthy food in our food systems. So a lot of, and even more, goals have been set in the Green Deal that is a part of a sustainable future. So it's really important to keep that in mind, that Green Deal is climate, but not only climate. It is also the environment, it's the nature and the ecosystem services that we rely on. And that means we need to be broader in our considerations when we look into our procurement. We might see that circularity can play a critical role here. And for example, if you have this usual linear way of procuring and some products and dispose it, that the material are lost to the economy. So we know that we should try to do something to keep it in the economy, and we hope to see some economic benefit of doing that we can use the products more. But it might be in a specific case that we don't really save that much money. But then we could consider, okay, but should we go ahead and do it in any case? Because there might be some climate benefit from actually repairing something or maintaining something for longer. But then if you start to look into the process of maintaining it or repairing it, you might find that there's a lot of activities to that end. You need to transport the product somewhere to have it fixed, and the fixing takes some activity and all of that. And all these activities require energy, and for now at least energy requires CO2. So you might end up in a situation where when you look at should we go in that direction and do something with the circularity, that you find it's not economic really a benefit. It's not really a big benefit to CO2 either, to the climate, but it might still be a benefit for the environment, because if we use the resources again and again, we have less pressure on nature. So if you look at in the broader perspective, it still makes sense to actually go down this route and have circular systems. Perhaps you've heard about the planetary boundary concept. It's some scientists who have looked at the Earth systems and then try to assess if we as humans are sort of crossing the boundaries of what the system is capable of handling of impacts from our society. And as you can see, we should be in the safe operating space, the green space. And their assessment is that we overshoot the capacity of the system on many aspects. There are 9 aspects here. and climate is just one of them. So we have here the chemicals, and we have the climate, and actually we have the circularity going across many of them, because if we are able to circulate the resources that we have already extracted from the natural system again and again, we are having less pressure on a lot of these categories. So that's why it's very, very relevant that we keep our focus on these three categories. Now, this planetary boundary concept was taken together with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals by this economist, Kate Raworth, into this concept of the donut economy. The idea is that she said, well, we are 8 billion people here on the planet. Of course we have an impact on the planet. We all need some clothes, housing, food every day. Of course that has an impact on the system. But we have to make sure that we cater for all people on the planet while being within what the system can cope with. And so she tried to draw that in a drawing, saying, okay, we need to ensure we have what we need for people on the one side, the inner side, and then we have to stay within what the capacity is for the system on the outside. And when she drew that up, it became this circle that looked like a donut, and that's why she called it donut economics. So it's really basic in its sort of substance, but that, I think, is a very nice frame for having an overview of the system and the impacts. So you can use that as a future holistic sort of overview of the impacts that a decision has or a procurement has. So you can have some social aspects, and then you can have some environmental aspects, and whatever we do has an impact on something. Usually we are trying to do something good, but we are always kind of making some trade-offs, because it's always it has some other impacts elsewhere that we might be aware of and we might not be aware of them. But in this way we can try to get an overview of the impact that we are having and making sure that we are not doing some burden shifting. So we're trying to solve the climate issue, and in the process we are getting rid of all biodiversity. Then we haven't solved the problem. But by using kind of this type of sort of thinking, and then try to assess all the aspects, and then see, are we doing something positive or negative to that aspect, you can start to get an overview on each of the aspects. And then you might end up with a picture, so it helps you in your decision making. And that is something that we are testing in Gentofte municipality. In the beginning, a lot of it is basically without data. It's qualitatively assessments because we don't have the data yet, but we can still say something about which direction a procurement or a decision is taking. But we will, of course, as we progress, we'll be able to put more data behind these assessments. And in this way, we can say something about some social aspects and some environmental aspects. But perhaps you are aware of the triple bottom line. We also need to consider the economy. And that's, of course, also an important aspect. But economy is more than just the price when you buy it. And we heard about that also here in the panel discussion. It could, for example, be the total cost of ownership or the life cycle cost that is relevant. Because especially if we're going into buy products that has a longer life or are more easy to repair, then the initial cost might be higher than the cheapest product that you can get on the market. So you need to consider some of these other economic aspects that goes into a procurement. Could also be other elements, and here we have listed some that we are trying to work with. And one of them that I find very interesting is that there might not be a relationship between those who have the cost and those who get some savings in the end. And that has some implication, because we have had some cases where we have this kind of a green assessment to the decision, and you should think that it's an obvious no-brainer decision. If you're doing something good for people and you're doing something good for the environment, then why hasn't it happened already? Well, it didn't happen because those that bear the cost are not the ones that bear the benefit. So economic aspects can be sort of a barrier as well. Now, in a municipality, we have the procurement and the procurement department, but we need to think sustainability into all aspects. And we've heard about building that is taking place in municipalities today as well. But it's basically all over the place where we have to be more sustainable in our thinking. And at least in Denmark, we have each municipality are doing a climate plan and climate action plan. And in many municipalities, these are now up for revision. And in this new revision, we will use the C40 cities. Perhaps you heard of those, some larger cities around the world that are doing are committed to do climate action, and they have made some guidelines as to how to make some transition plans and things like that. And in there, they have now increased the focus on what they call co-benefits or added value. So it means that instead of only focusing on the climate impact in scope 1 and 2, the local impact, you should also consider the impact that you have on the global scale from what you purchase, for example. But it also mentions that you should set some criteria and targets for improving social, environmental, and economic equity, meaning broader scale added values. And in that respect, I think having this kind of holistic approach to it could make sense. So not only in procurement, but also in other parts of the work in the municipality. I just want to come back to what's happening in many of these regulations that we see coming out from the EU. Because one of them is this Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive that larger companies need to report to. So it's not on the product level, it's on the sort of organizational level, which I think is quite interesting. And here you can also see in the environmental pillar that companies need to report on climate change, pollution, the impact on water resources, biodiversity, and what they do in terms of circularity. Now, perhaps you follow what's going on in the Parliament, EU Parliament at the moment, that there's a new Parliament that has come together and they have sort of see how they can ease the reporting for companies. And it's now being debated also in the Commission and in the Council whether that will happen. And it's seen as sort of a postponement of this directive. But my impression is, when I've been talking to some of the larger companies that are supposed to report or should have reported, that if they truly understand why they need to report and the reason behind it, and they can see what they are actually impacting on the system or how they are being impacted from the environmental aspects, what they rely on from the environmental aspects, then they cannot unsee this impact. So they will still continue to work towards these ESG issues. So that's at least comforting, I think. And I also think it's comforting that when the World Economic Forum do their yearly perception of risks, that many companies see that in the short term there's a lot of things that are happening that are posing a risk for the businesses. But if they are supposed to ask, but what about the future for the long-term perspective, they still see that biodiversity, the earth systems, the resources, and pollution are top 10 issues that they see as a risk. And that makes also, again, our focus on the chemicals, the climate, and the circularity important also in the future, despite what happens in the parliament at the moment. Yes, thank you.
So now you are convinced that was a whole box of chocolate, right? Yes, thank you very much, Dennis. You, my dear politicians here in front, from Westeros and from Athens, in several moments, don't run away, please, stay here. In some moments, you made photos of these screens. Could you explain what was triggering you? What raised your attention? What did you photograph? Yes, we give the microphone, and maybe do you have some questions or some comments to Eva and Dennis for it? Vicky?
Yes, well, I take a lot of photos because I can't remember.
That we didn't want to know it
my
to that
brain
level.
is in here. No, but I think it's really important to understand how it all fits together. We saw COP30, the interest in sustainability in different countries around the world is going down. It's more authoritarian leaders, and it's more talk about wars and who's going to be in charge of the world. So I think it's very, very important that we keep continuing this important work, and also how you can gain from it. And you can't gain from it in the short term, but you do it in the long term. So I think the life circle to know what you're doing is really, really important. And I think it's a very, very interesting presentation.
Thank you. And Nikos, from Athens here, listening to our Baltic, Nordic thoughts, you made also a lot of photos. What catched your eye? What do you take home to Greece?
At first, I think there are many ideas, and I would like to come back again and also publicize some of the ideas with my comments.
Yes.
So it's useful. But also, I think it's very important to understand that in our time, we have to change a little bit our storytelling, because there are many politicians, they say, oh, we go very quick to green transition, to climate protection, so we have to slow down this process. And then there is not real discussion about why to do this. We have problems. We have to solve the problems, not to keep longer the problems. Mm-hmm. So we have to show some nice pictures or nice ideas and say, look, just to explain, I was in a meeting of another municipality about climate neutrality. And then a politician came from the government, who was a member of the government, and told, I know, we have to slow down the green transition, but it wasn't a discussion, it's an event for an ambitious climate project to succeed in climate neutrality. And he could not realize where he spoke to.
Yes.
And so I told him, but you are crazy.
Yes.
We have so many problems, damages, and look here, the numbers. Because suddenly he realized that he was somewhere else.
Yes, and you think with such kind of thinking we can move it again back to the narrative to remember the Green Deal.
Yes. The only issue is, I think we have to emphasize the social benefits, financial benefits, because discussing about the economy, it's not what we buy now, but what is the cost for long term.
Yeah.
Because if we buy something very cheap, then maybe in 1 month we have to change it.
Yeah, so the investment to future.
We must think about investments, not just I buy this just for today.
Yeah.
This is,
thank you.
I think all the presidential...
you take them all home to Greece. Okay, good.
I will find them
Yes, you will all get them. We will make a good report of the event, and of course we will publish them on the website of the project, and we will all send you a link to it. Is there any immediate question or comment or something you would like to discuss further, or you have the whole evening to discuss with Eva and Dennis? Okay, so that's what we wanted to present you, the Chem-Clim Circle approach to assessing the environmental impact of our green public procurement, and it's more than CO2 equivalent. Thank you very much. And now, thank you. And now we have a very important, very, very important part of the program. We would like to present you the non-Has City Building Policy Award. We have talked a lot about the non-Has City project. It has been running for 3 years in the Baltic Sea region. We have got a lot of ideas. Yes, please, you are important in the next session. Mayors and VIPs coming in again. I made the entertaining girl to get you a chance to come in. So non-Has City building tox-free, circular, and climate-friendly by policy decision, by policy commitment. We wanted to have an award, and when I discussed with the World Future Council colleagues when we made the application, and they said, yeah, we can make a policy award. We are doing policy awards as an organization. And we discussed with the team, the non-Has City team, that no, it's not an award about the building. It's not an award about the best, nicest, greenest house. It's an award about the best structural policy or strategy to make tox-free, circular, and climate-friendly houses. And this is what we have tried to find in the non-Has City project. The team of the World Future Council, which I would like to ask now to come here to the stage, has tried to find the best building strategy policy. And that's what we would like to award now. And I still don't know who is the winner of the award, so I will give you the microphone, dear Meki, and your team, and I will go there to the first row and enjoy, because I have waited for a long time to find out who actually was the winner.
Thank you, Heidrun. So good evening, honorable mayors, deputy mayors, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Meki Naschke from the World Future Council, and I will moderate today's Non-Has City Building Award ceremony. Within today's topic of green public procurement, this session will focus really on how municipalities and even countries can manage the reduction of harmful substances in the construction works that they commission. They don't really purchase chemicals, but they commission construction works. And also, as we learned before, it's an investment, which means the return on investment in construction is delayed. That's 80 years, 150 years, the buildings we're taking down now. So it's not so clear how this investment, when it will be returned, because the health aspect, of course, the health aspect are more immediately, but we don't put money to them. So we don't measure them monetarily. This is why it is quite a tricky thing, and we had to have this award. But first, let me call our CEO, Mr. Nishan Gunasekara, to the stage to briefly tell you about what World Future Council is doing.
Thank you, Meki. Such an honor to be here. Heidrun, Norman, and everybody, and the City of Vilnius for hosting the World Future Council. The World Future Council, ladies and gentlemen, was set up 20 years ago after almost 2-3 decades of consultations with a view of solving one of the global issues on governance. There was no institution looking at to the long-term human future. There was no group of elders looking at what happens in the 150, 200 years down the line. We were convoluted into the current economic model of exploitation. So the World Future Council was established to look at this long-term future and the harm that chemicals causes not only on human life but also on the planet was part of the DNA of the World Future Council. And this is the work that we continue. And we are incredibly privileged to be here with thanks to Meki, as well as Bennett, who is here from the team, but also my predecessor, Alexandra Wandel, for having the vision of having this engagement here. So we are excited to announce the awards, and I hand it over to the best hands of Meki. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nishan. So we are meeting today in the beautiful city of Vilnius. And to tell us more from a city's perspective, and please help me welcome the deputy mayor again, those who have been here the morning of Vilnius, Mr. Andrius Grigonis. Warm welcome to you.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, good to have you here and to see you again one more time. So thank you for joining this important moment at the end of full and inspiring day. And all day we have spoken about green cities and better public decisions. And now we turn to one key part of this change: how we build safe, healthy and sustainable places for our people. And when we talk about safer and cleaner construction, it is important to remember one simple truth. These ideas are simple but powerful. Safe materials, cleaner technologies, and smarter planning leads to healthier communities. And this award is the first of its kind in the Baltic Sea region, and it shows that many cities and countries are ready to make strong and responsible choices. And I want to thank the international jury for their careful work and all project partners for their dedication. Your efforts help cities grow in a safer and more sustainable way. And Vilnius is proud to host this ceremony. We believe that better construction policies mean better lives for our residents and for our whole region. So thank you all for being part of this transition, and I wish you an inspiring evening and many new ideas for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrius. So the nominated policies range from green public procurement policies on municipal level to national level, and even to those that were developed further into chemical plans. And for this, because of this multitude, we chose to actually have 2 awards. So one will be an impact award that will go to a policy that has a track record to prove it is effective and can also be replicated by smaller municipalities. And then we have a second award, that's our aspirational award, which will go to a policy that shows how to move key barriers to more sustainable public procurement or public construction, and that would also be worth replicating. So these are examples that we should feast on and we should use as models. And now help me welcome the mayor of Athens again, Nikos. I think everybody knows you by now. He's also a former member of the European Parliament, and until last year was vice chairman of the Regional Development Committee. So it's really something that you are interested in, I think. It's close to your heart. So thank you very much for agreeing to reveal the first ever awardee of this.
Thanks for all of this, the meeting, the event, but also this role. I'm very happy and it's a pleasure for me. I will say again, good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm delighted to present to you the non-HAS City Building Award in the category Impact Award. And hazard is hazardous. Yes, okay, non-HAS. With this award, we honor policies that have a proven track record, and this is very important, it's not just theory. In our case, that refers to documentation of this use of harmful substances in the municipal constructions and show that these have indeed decreased. We need results, and this is very important. Apparently, this has not been easy. There are several brilliant candidate policies for the Impact Award. I think it was a hard work for the jury, the committee. Finally, the jury chose the chemicals plan of a municipality in Sweden Besides their track record, they impress us because the jury, because they choose to work with a system that allowed them to get to where they are by having just one person. Important. Crazy. Unbelievable. Thought actually not even so, because the concept spread to neighboring municipalities, and meanwhile they even share this one person, we will invite her soon, amongst this group of municipalities. For this achievement, the Non-Has City Building Award in the category Impact Award goes to Järfälla for the Järfälla Chemical Plan, if pronounced well the words. To celebrate this achievement, I now ask Miss Emily Vesberg to join me on stage as we are showing a short video about this extraordinary policy. Please. For all of the people.
In the small municipality of Järfälla, just outside Stockholm, a pioneering initiative is shaping a safer and healthier future. The Järfälla Chemical Plan, 2019 to 2024, shows that even a small municipality can make a big difference. First launched in 2016, the plan tackled a significant yet often overlooked issue: the widespread use of hazardous chemicals in building and construction. It targeted substances listed by the EU as of very high concern, materials known to cause serious harm to human health, including allergies, cancer, organ damage, fertility and hormonal disruption, risks to unborn children, and even effects on brain development. The plan was among the first of its kind in Sweden, a forerunner in advancing the national environment goal of a non-toxic environment and translating the EU's chemical strategy into action. It began the crucial task of systematically reducing hazardous chemicals in schools, construction, and procurement, guided by clear objectives and strict standards. At its core, the plan requires every municipal building project to register materials in a dedicated database called Syndohus, including their chemical composition. Products falling into the highest risk categories are gradually being phased out, while at least 40% of materials must meet the strictest environmental and safety standards. All new developments are required to comply with the Swedish Miljöbyggnad Silver certification, which assesses buildings according to their environmental impact. To ensure continued progress, a dedicated chemist has been appointed to oversee implementation and monitoring, a cost-effective and highly impactful measure that strengthens both accountability and results.
A key factor is that we have a chemical policy with clear positions that guide our work. Processes that were new 5 or 10 years ago are now well-established routines. We see that the chemical policy is working since the total amount of harmful substances is decreasing in building projects.
Between 2018 and 2023, the use of harmful building materials in Järfälla dropped by a quarter, from 12% to 9%. At the same time, overall costs remain stable, proving that healthier construction is possible without placing any additional burden on the community. The great thing about simple, effective ideas is that they spread. Today, Järfälla's chemical plan has already inspired 2 neighbouring municipalities to adopt similar approaches and is driving knowledge exchange across Sweden. The Non-Has City Building Award 2025 recognises Järfälla's dedication. Their example shows how innovation, commitment, and collaboration can protect both people and the environment, and how chemical safety and sustainable construction are not only essential, but entirely achievable. The Järfälla Chemical Plan stands as a roadmap for municipalities across the Baltic Sea region and beyond, and a clear invitation to policymakers everywhere. Why not make this healthy change in your own community?
Thank you. Thank you so much for this award. We are truly honored that Järfälla's work to reduce hazardous compounds is being recognized internationally. For approximately a decade, we have worked systematically to create healthier and safer environments for our citizens. This achievement is a result of strong collaboration and commitment across the whole municipality. We will continue to build sustainable and non-toxic things for today's residents and for future generations. Thank you. I forgot to say that we have a new chemical action plan. Since the beginning of November, it's revised. So it's also important.
You heard her today already. I'm now inviting the other deputy mayor that has been with us the whole day, Vicky. You will also
Yes. Thank you very much, and thank you for a fantastic day, I must say, before presenting this award. Ladies and gentlemen, I learned that the Non-Has City Building Award category Inspirational Award, the jury has been fast to agree on database, which today supports procurement officers. Generally, procurement officers seem to benefit from transparency precisely when they know which criteria and requirement fellows officers in other municipalities have already commissioned or purchased. This is why the Non-Has City Building Award in the category Aspirational Award goes to Lithuania, where the Central Public Procurement Office established the Lithuanian Procurement Tenders Database. This Lithuanian approach is highly successful, and we hope it gets noticed and spreads in other countries. To celebrate this achievement, I now ask Mr. Darius Vedrikas. He's not here? It's the other one. Okay, Kestus Kazilis. Congratulations. Yes.
I will ask my team to come forward as well, because I am not here alone. Greta, Sonata, please.
And we will now see a film, I think, when you have come up.
In today's world of information overload, where eroding trust in institutions is an ever-increasing concern, transparency has become, more than ever, an essential component of good governance. Lithuania is showing the way forward. In 2021, the National Progress Plan made green public procurement mandatory nationwide, heralding a new era of transparency, accountability, and safer regulation in public spending. At the time of implementation, only 10% of public contracts in Lithuania were required to meet GPP criteria. Within just a few years, that target has expanded dramatically. Today, all public procurements must comply. So, how did this remarkable transformation take place? Lithuania established a mandatory database, the Central Public Procurement Information System, originally designed for monitoring, but since evolved into a powerful, practical support tool for procurers. This data system became more than an oversight mechanism. It became a daily guide, helping municipalities make better, greener purchasing decisions. Through the database, every municipality is required to record its purchases according to defined sustainability criteria. The key to the system's success lies in its transparency. Tendering officers can openly compare their projects with others, seeing what neighbouring municipalities are purchasing, which tenders have succeeded, and which best practices can be replicated. This openness has fostered a strong sense of community and shared learning, reducing isolation among procurement staff and, in particular, helping less experienced officers uphold ecological standards, even when navigating demanding supplier interests. The National Progress Plan forms part of a wider policy framework that already regulates hazardous chemicals in certain products and construction materials. For instance, criteria are in place to limit harmful substances such as volatile organic carbons in paints, wood-based products, windows and doors. In some cases, these standards are already based on overarching hazard classifications. If this hazard-based system were applied more systematically across additional product groups, it would help prevent so-called regrettable substitution, the replacement of one harmful substance with another of similar concern. Lithuania has already created a powerful tool to enhance sustainable governance. Its central public procurement information system shows exciting potential for broader application and continued development. Today, this database system, together with national minimum requirements, transparent data, and ambitious national targets, marks a significant step towards greener public procurement and growing awareness in safer, healthier purchasing. Lithuania demonstrates how strong political will at the national level can empower municipalities to achieve real progress. The Non-Haz City Building Award 2025 recognises this achievement, a truly aspirational effort. As policy and implementation continue to strengthen, this example will keep inspiring smarter, more sustainable governance at every level.
So, firstly, I want to thank Sustainable Procurement Department, also every member of our office, because the support, the questions we receive, the methodology assistance we provide, so it's collective work. Also, we are thanking all contracting authorities and economic operators. Because of them, we may improve everything. And to sum up everything, we are very thankful for recognizing our dedication and our continuously work towards greener future. So thank you very much, Council.
One photo with the all together, maybe? So besides these two awards, our jury had also decided at the time that we should honorably mention 3 further policies. Actually, all the policies you can find in a little leaflet that you would find as you leave the room just outside. There are stacks where you can serve if you want, and you can also take more than one, because this is really to replicate, to multiply these ideas. So there are 3 further policies that I should mention now, which is from the city of Stockholm, the chemicals plan, and also the Royal Seaport, which is an area of Stockholm. There's from the German city of Greifswald, the guidelines for sustainable building, and there is from Riga, the sustainable construction guidelines. So these 3, but all of them, and even all the other nominated policies, you find in the little brochure in front of the door. So yeah. So pick up this brochure to drive this topic forward. There is also now, here you can download the brochure, and then we have in the CCC project that you heard today, the ChemClaim Circle project, an upcoming award in 27, which we haven't launched yet, so there is yet no call for nominations, but if you want to be on a list, if you would like to collect your email, please scan this as well, so then we can collect your data and send you the call for nominations as it's out We don't know how it will be shaped yet because we haven't started the work on it. Thank you. Over to you, Heidrun. No, but it's fine.
Thank you, Meki. So, that was the end of the day, the Green Governance Day on procurement in the beautiful European environmental capital of Vilnius. My mental piece of chocolate to you, Kestutis, this event. In the project, we planned it when we wrote the project, we won the project, we got Vilnius as a partner of the project because you wanted so much this Green Governance Day. So, Kestutis, did you get what you want? Come here. We should finish, we should close the event, say some fantastic final remarks on the event and say a few words about it.
Yeah,
What did you get?
Award.
Award.
Yeah, I think that's, we talked in the beginning that it is the most important thing that all the examples which others are doing, all good practices can be disseminated, so we need to share about them. And how to do it without such events. We have a lot of newsletters, we subscribe to a lot of things, but actually, do we have the time to familiarize ourselves with that? Even during coffee breaks, we talk with each other, we share what we understand, and we ask for more. So I think that shows practicality of such event. That's why I really liked that one 2 years ago in Thailand. So it was very inspirational. So I think that if at least everyone from participants will take one piece of ideas from this day, I think it is a huge success then.
Yes, and we actually are, since many, many years, working in the Baltic Sea region for cities and sustainability. And this is a long way, and to pinpoint it to procurement as a super tool for green governance, I think this is already a real advancement. But there has been a long, long work on that. And Agnieszka, where are you? Agnieszka Ilola from the Union of the Baltic Cities. Please come here. I want to share the podium with you because you are doing since so many years so super work of uniting cities on the sustainability issue. And I think we should have a little reflection on that. I understand you were a part of the jury as well to select these nice cases. Please come here. We have many microphones, so one for you. Agnieszka. Agnieszka Ilola from the Union of the Baltic Cities Sustainable City Committee. So, Commission. Yes. Sustainability, hazardous substances, procurement. What triggers you the most? What is the advancement we have achieved now, 2025, after so many years of your work there?
Thank you so much. First, I would like to also say good afternoon on my behalf and thank you for this amazing event. It has been really a pleasure following those important discussions. Actually, I think, yes, our commission exists since almost 30 years, and we've been working pretty much on, as a city network of 70 cities and municipalities around. We've been, of course, working a lot on, number one, communicating various challenges and important aspects of sustainability and overcoming the barriers. And events like this actually shows clearly that we need those different stakeholders to talk together because we all hold a piece of the solution. So for me, it was, of course, important to see that by coming together, we can actually solve important aspects. Cooperating between the national level, showing the directions as a lighthouse, coordinating role for municipalities. I think that is an excellent example of how together by bringing a small pieces of the solution, we can actually make an impact. But a lot of more work is needed, I think. And that's why, yes, we need the events like this, and we need individuals like Kestutis and Heidrun, you to put important aspects as well forward and bring them to this discussion. But I agree that this important tool, a green public procurement, requires much more attention. And we've been working in UBC pretty much on the downstream measures.
I remember that, yes.
Exactly. So I have recognized, and the big takeaway for me is that actually we need to strengthen even in our network the focus and the work on the upstream measures. So actually prevention, so that we can actually have much less problem at the end of the pipe solutions. And I mean here water pollution that I was mentioning before.
Yeah, I think to bring the procurement as an idea to the end of the pipe wastewater guys, that is really something, and that's our task. And for that we have a fantastic platform, the HasGone platform, also an Interreg project. Now we should not call it project, it's a platform happening, and that has just recently started, and it connects the water projects and the upstream projects like ChemClim Circle, like Non-Has City. So we have some 15 projects feeding into the platform and trying to look at the connecting point where upstream and downstream meet and need to talk, because earlier we talk in silos. The water people here, the procurement people here, the construction people there, some other people somewhere. And we are now thinking about how we can advance that together to get the system in it. And I think this is a genius approach. That we can do it. I was really glad last week on your water conference. I have never spoken in front of 150 water engineers, and I thought
175.
175. Oh, okay. Well, it was a big hall, and I thought my procurement topic, hazardous substance avoidance by procurement, I was a little bit nervous. But when this water management person before me says about these millions of costs, I thought, well, we should talk more about procurement, avoiding hazardous substances, and bring that to the water people. So this cross-sectoral approach, this thinking across the environmental topics, going even then to industry, environmental reporting, sustainability reporting, I think that's really the future. The future is to bring it together, not anymore to be sectoral, to have wastewater technology and other technologies, but we need to bring it together. And for that, the procurement is a genius tool. Or what do you think?
Yes.
No, and I think we should make one more big super applause to the program that makes it possible to think like that. I had a talk today with Camilla from the Interreg Secretariat, and she said, oh, Heidrun, you understand so well what we want when you write the projects. And I said, oh, Camilla, your program has developed so greatly. This is what we really need. We need to think strategically. We need to think policy, this solution request, which made in the beginning of 22, when we did the first applications, we had some hardships. We had to twist our brains. What is a solution and what is a pilot and how do we replicate? But yes, this is really the thing. And to hook on it platforms to make the different projects bringing together, this is a super contribution to advancing green governance. And there is no other European Union funding program that finances such thinking governance thinking projects, and we should give a big applause to Interreg. And Camilla, may I ask you to come here to take this applause? Where is she? Yes. So Camilla, from the Interreg Secretariat, what did you learn about green public procurement, green buildings, building awards, and the legitimation of your program that finances all these nice things.
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me. What I learned today, actually a lot of approaches and different methodologies in different countries around the Baltic Sea region and beyond. How cities are dealing with green public procurement and how they strive to become more sustainable in the future. So that's what I learned, and I think it was great opportunity to see this comparison of different, very also diverse countries, how we all try to make it better and how all the efforts of the past years also pay off, because we have also clear examples that it's already working out. So yeah, I also believe that maybe also with EU founding programs, but also beyond, we will make this possible to improve it even better in the upcoming years, in the upcoming future. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much, Camilla. And I think we should not leave you before telling this very famous story about the non-HAS city projects, because we were in 2019, we had a live project funding chemicals platform, and Arne Jamtrot from Stockholm presented the non-HAS city Interreg project. And in the coffee break, these big guys from the live program approached us and said, "Oh, so great project, this non-HAS city. Why is this not a live project?" And then Arne and me, we both were like, "We applied twice to live and you didn't grant it to us because you said we are only talking. We are not doing anything. We don't invest in wastewater treatment in big money. We only talk." And so we went to Interreg, and at that time the non-HAS city one had the highest score. So we thought, something is different between the EU funding programs. So I think this is exactly this Interreg thinking of cities need to talk with each other. I observe that in this funding period, there are more cities who are willing to participate because, as we said, mindset has changed. Cities have noticed that communication, thinking about strategies is important. Strategies have developed. 2 programs before, not only the previous, but the pre-previous programming period, it was very difficult to have others than universities and NGOs and a few freaks and Helsinki and Turku and Stockholm to participate in these projects. But I think cities have learned with the Interreg program, and the Interreg program has learned to accelerate it higher. And we still hope that the Mediterranean Interreg program will get so advanced that finally you will get your non-HAS city there. But this is really something which we really should promote. We should promote the Baltic Sea region program. We should promote the cities that can do more than nations. So I think this is a fit, the ambition of the program, what cities need to do right now, and what we take home from here is that green public procurement is the super tool for green governance. Yes? Okay, so one more big applause for Interreg and all our projects. And good. And now it's time to end the event for informal talks. We have at 5 o'clock, there is a little snack reserved. Where is it, there or there? Can we get that to know? In the restaurant. And Camilla, I should make this little joke at the very end. This event is an example about procurement, multi-projects, and a poor hotel who has to write 4 different invoices to the different project organizers of the different events we have here all. And they got so confused. And then this dinner is paid by the non-HAS city project, and Meki wanted to make the real green vegan ecological dinner there. Public procurement office is paying the next days the Kemklim Circle meeting. Vilnius city paid the green governments setting here. Nonha city, Riga city paid the previous days for Hasgon and Nonha city project. So this was a procurement thing, but we have made requests which hotel we could choose. There were not so many hotels in Vilnius. Actually, 3 offers was already nearly not possible. There were 2 and the one was full. So it was a long journey to reach this place. We hope that the hotel on Friday will still survive, the managers. And we hope that each of you, of the 4 projects and organizations covering a piece of this event from your budget, that you have the right invoice in your hands. And you will later remember when you check these invoices in the different accountings, oh, that was that part. That was that part. That was that part. So that's a procurement challenge.
So now you mention all the organization things involved into setting us up. So I just want to thank Vilnius City Municipality. And if you may stand and receive the round of applause for making this happen. Also, MC team, thank you very much. And Heinru, thank you very much for all this day and all the efforts you are putting into this.
Yeah, I was so energetic, I already managed to get the battery empty of the microphone, so it just switched off. It said that we have to start. And I want to thank you, Kestutis. You wanted to have a Green Governance Day. In between somewhere, and I had the feeling you get a bit nervous, will it work? But at the end, you trusted it will work. But it was really great to cooperate with you. You are really the most flexible civil servant I ever have met with these flexible procurement things and this enthusiasm about the procurement. So this is our Green Governance Day, and at 5 o'clock we meet over there for the vegan, local, ecological snacks, what Lithuania can offer, covered by Nonha City project this time, and World Future Council. And until that, informal talks, meet your neighbor, exchange business cards, you know, that's the networking as well. And take the brochures of the award and distribute them further. Thank you very much.
Thanks.